All right then, good morning everyone. Today is September 30th, 2020. This is a regular meeting of the members of the State Liquor Authority being conducted in Albany and also remotely. We have present in the Albany offices, Chairman Bradley. We have joining us remotely by video, Commissioners Ford and Commissioners Fan, who can be seen on the video. We have in the Albany offices, General Counsel Meyerhoff, Deputy Commissioner Licensing Roberts, and myself, Secretary Donahue. The next meetings of the State Liquor Authority will be October 14th, October 28th, and those are both Wednesdays. And then the November meetings will be on Tuesdays because of some holidays. November 10th and November 24th. We are going to be calling items in the order that they are posted on the calendar. For those watching, the calendar has had some additions since it was last updated. And we are now up to item, it will be 1334 MM will be the last scheduled item today. All right, with that, Chairman, do you have anything else before we get started?
No.
Okay, then. The first item is 1254 A&M Lounge Rest Inc. It's a conditional no contest offer, $4,000. Commissioner Fan?
Are you guys going to describe the charges, or should we just vote?
Chairman Bradley, do you want to do a summary of anything?
Yeah, this is two charges related to EO violations in July. The CNC is $4,000. The licensee does have some previous history over the last 2 years.
4,000.
Commissioner Ford.
This place, their partial history, what? 3 disorderlies, 2 altercation assaults, 2 failures to supervise, 2 unlicensed guard charges. They paid like almost $18,000 in the past couple of years. So I accept this $4,000, but I think they could take this as being notice. But I will.
All right, Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
All right, then the next item is 1255, Mr. Blue LLC. It's a conditional no contest offer of $1,500.
These are 3. The CNC, as you said, the CNC is $1,500. These are 3 charges related to executive order violations. The licensee has no history.
I would accept 1,500.
Commissioner Ford.
Accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
Next item, 1256, it's Lenny's West Indian Cookhouse LLC. This is a conditional no contest offer of $1,500.
The licensee was actually licensed in July, the end of July of this year, so has no previous adverse history. It's a conditional no contest of $1,500. It's 2 charges related to executive order violations.
Commissioner Fan.
I accept.
Commissioner Ford.
Accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
Next item, 1257, Eddie's on the Beach Inc. Conditional no contest offer of $1,500.
This license was issued, it looks like even prior to 1985. There are 3 executive order related violations. It's customers standing with no masks and no social distancing.
For the record, I'm recusing myself from this. I played there many, many times, and I know the owner.
Given the long history with no mark on the record, I will propose we lower this to 1,000, Chairman.
1,000.
All right, CNC accepted and penalty reduced to $1,000. Next item, 1258, Abbey Group LLC. It's a conditional no contest offer of $2,000.
These are COVID-related violations of the executive orders, 2 charges, employees with no masks and no social distancing of customers. The licensee does have 1 case of adverse history in 2016. The offer's $2,000.
All right then, Commissioner Fan. Commissioner Ford,
I'll accept 2,000.
Chairman Bradley.
I'll accept 2,000.
The next item is 1259. It's 4114 KS Inc. It's a conditional no contest offer, $15,000 civil penalty, and 11 p.m. closing. There was a summary suspension imposed on 9/7. And Chairman, you recused yourself from the matter at that point.
Okay.
So this is a summary suspension case. There are 12 charges. Most or all of them related to conduct on September 3rd, including executive order violations for inside service. I think that's the only executive order violation, but there are several other violations of fire safety, failure to display license books and records, extension of premises into the rear. This is the location that had set up booths closed on all but one side for people to sit inside. The mitigation letter says, curiously, we will be taking these down. Query why they're not already down, but that's what it says. And the offer is $15,000, and it says 11 p.m. closing time, which I believe we are treating as being the current. We're converting those to a later closing time, 12:30, based on the new, in effect today, inside service rules for New York City.
All right, so with that, Commissioner Fan.
On this one, I actually think that maybe we should hold it over. I would rather see proof now that this structure has been removed rather than take the money and then count on them to remove it later, because if they get caught again, I think they at that point would have wasted this $15,000. So I would rather hold this, and as soon as they send the pictures, we can put it on an agenda. Is that okay? What do we think?
Okay. The only problem with holding it over is that essentially makes them suspended for another 2 weeks until we have our next meeting.
Right, but can we bring it back if we have minutes?
Can I make a suggestion?
Yes.
Sure.
If it's the one I was about to make, okay. No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead, Tom.
You could issue a counteroffer of the $15,000, the closing time, and submission of proof that the structure is gone.
That was what I
Fair
was going to
enough.
say.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Commissioner Ford,
So with proof, structure is gone, and closing time,
Oh, 12:30.
all right, so you're good with that, Commissioner Ford?
yes, sir.
All right. Next item is 1260, Beach Convenience Store LTD, it's a conditional contest offer of $1,500.
These are three COVID-related violations of executive orders. On July 18th of 2020, they encompassed employees without masks, customers standing without social distancing and without face masks. The offer is $1,500. There's no adverse history since 2014.
And I would accept 1,500.
Commissioner Ford,
Accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Except
Next item, 1261, Miguel Abreu, it's a conditional no contest offer of $2,000.
2 charges related to violations of the executive order. Adverse history from December of 2015, but minimal. These charges relate to no social distancing was being enforced and employees were not wearing masks.
I will accept 2,000.
Commissioner Ford,
2,000 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Except
Next item, 1262, Motorino East Village, Inc. It's a conditional no contest offer of $1,500.
3 COVID-related charges of violations of the executive order from June of 2020. There's no history since 2011. The licensee was setting up tables outside before outdoor service was allowed, and basically not running a true takeout.
1,500 accept.
Commissioner Ford,
1,500 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Except
Next item, 1263 Hops Brewhouse LLC to condition no contest offer of $1,500.
these are two charges related to violations of the executive order on two separate dates, one in mid-June, the other in early July. It's basically employees without face masks. There is no history, and they've been open since 2016.
But they were warned first visit, correct?
I'd have to look. Hold on.
Investigator verbally warned the license violation on July 3rd.
Well, that's the last date. So
That was. that's when we were
I don't
at.
know that they were warned before.
the first date is June 17th. So I don't know that we have any evidence we warned them on the 17th.
Yes, and we would have treated it differently, I believe, if we had evidence that this was a person who was warned and then violated a second time.
All right, with that, Commissioner Fan,
I vote to accept.
Commissioner Ford,
I'll accept.
Chairman Bradley.
I'll accept.
Next item, 1264 Saparwa Hospitality Group LLC to condition no contest offer of $1,500.
It's two charges from mid-July, violations of the governor's executive order. It's employees without face masks. There is no history. The licensee's been open since 2017.
All right, Commissioner Fan,
The licensee submitted some pictures to explain that the restaurant was closed and that the people sitting in the dining room with their masks off were two of the chefs that worked there. And with that, I'm gonna propose that we
Commissioner Fan, I think we've,
She's stuck.
yeah.
Okay.
All right, so we'll just take a brief recess here and we'll wait for Commissioner Fan to get back online.
Her laptop gave out, so she had to restart.
Sorry, can you hear me, Tom?
All right, yeah, we've got you back. All right, so I think
Okay,
we're all set to go.
sorry.
We're going to resume. We're going to resume with the item that we were in the process of, which is 1264.
Yes.
The conditional no contest or $1,500. Commissioner Finn, I think we were just about to take your vote.
I was proposing that we lower this to $750, given the picture sent in by the licensee suggesting that the restaurant was closed and that there were chefs sitting in the dining room with no masks on.
All right, Commissioner Ford. Commissioner Ford, you're muted, I think, from the break.
Yeah, I'm willing to go down to 1,000.
All right, Chairman Bradley, we have 750, we have 1,000.
What's halfway between those two? Adam?
808.
75.
875.
I'm not happy with all of you right now.
Let's just make it 750 and call it a day.
All right, 750. I was trying to cut the baby down the middle.
Next item, 1265, JD Indian Cuisine, Inc. It's a conditional no contest offer of $1,500.
2 charges from mid-August related to violations of the executive order. Licensee has 1 improper notification on a renewal from December of 2019. This case involves employees without masks and no social distancing being enforced.
Commissioner Fan.
Adam, can I ask you a question? In the mitigation letter, the licensee said that they've been open for 6 years and that they've been in Jackson Heights for the past 35. Is that an existence of their restaurant, JD Indian Cuisine, or is that just they were been living in Jackson Heights for 35 years?
So they have been licensed for that time period since it looks like about 2013, which would be accurate. Let me take a look at the corporate entity and see where it's been.
Thank you.
They may not have had liquor.
Also true.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. They said we opened 6 years ago.
So it does look like the principal was on another liquor license that dates back to at least 1999. So there is, that's where the historical records go back that I have access to right now without any going further. So there is a possibility that they may have had a presence in the neighborhood going back that far.
Okay, but this business only since 2013.
That's correct.
Okay. I will accept 1,500. Thank you.
Commissioner Ford.
1,500 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Except.
Next item, 1266. Wasabi New York LLC. This is a request to extend the deadline for the conditional approval.
I would go to May 17, 2021.
Commissioner Ford.
They asked for 521. So you're just going to 517 to make it an even
Oh,
year?
I'm sorry. No, 5/17/21.
Oh, yes, you're right. I'm sorry. 517.
No problem.
Are you good with that, Commissioner Ford?
Yes.
Chairman Bradley.
I'm good with that as well.
We originally issued the conditional letter on 5/17 of 19. That would put them at 2 years. Do we want to make this a final conditional approval?
Yeah. Yeah.
Commissioners Ford and Fan, you good with that? It's a final extension?
Yes.
Next item, 1267, It's CLCT Hospitality, Inc. It's a conditional no contest offer of $1,500.
These are two charges related to violations of the executive order. The licensee's been open since 2014 with no adverse history. The facts of this case revolve around selling drinks to go without the necessary food accompaniment.
All right then, Commissioner Fain.
I'm going to remind this representative that it's important to tell us what would be done differently moving forward at this licensed premise. But in the meantime, I will accept 1,500. Thank you.
Commissioner Ford,
1,500 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
Next item, 1268. Classique Bar and Lounge, Inc. Conditional no contest offer of $12,500. Background music only and 11 p.m. closing. There was a summary suspension imposed on September 9th.
This is 7 charges, including charges from September 5th of 2020, August 15th of 2020, and January 29th of 2020. So they're not all COVID related. The COVID related violations indicate 30 people congregating outside of the establishment. There are 40 patrons standing around tables with bottles of alcohol and a live band inside the establishment.
Yes, and the band, the live music was not permitted under the license, and the earlier charge from January was a disorderly premises relating to a fight inside the premises.
All right, so with that, Commissioner Fan.
Given the seriousness of the charges, I'm going to counter at $20,000 background music only, 12:30 close, and the need to file a change of method of operation if the music situation is going to continue.
So if they following a method of operation, they want to go to their music setup. We've already addressed that in the advisory, haven't we?
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. Yeah, I mean, I guess if they wanted to do live music in the future, they need to file for that. But I guess it's the same thing.
Okay, Commissioner Ford.
Yeah, doing the amount of the charges inside the main thing, congregation, stuff like that. I would go with 20,000 as well.
So 20,000 recorded background music and 12:30 closing.
Yes.
All right, Chairman Bradley.
I will agree with the other two commissioners. Can you just
All right.
repeat what it is again?
It's $20,000, recorded background music only, and the 12:30 a.m. closing time.
Okay.
All right, then the next items, 1269 and 1270. Orchard Street Enterprises LLC. This is a conditional contest offer for $15,000, background music only, and 12 a.m. closing. The summary suspension was imposed on September 5th.
This is 2 proceedings. The first proceeding is August 2nd of 2019, which is not COVID related. That's extension of premises and failure to comply with local regulations. The second proceeding involves COVID violations. 4 charges on September 4th, 2020. The COVID violations relate to 21 people standing and drinking in front on September 4th and an employee without masks. They do have adverse history from 2016 through 2017, and they paid about $3,750 in fines.
Yes, for the record, in the mitigation statement, the licensee, although making this offer, says that because this was around last call, that these people were standing and drinking because I guess they had all 21 of them had just stood up at the same time at closing with their drinks because there was no place else to sit. I understand that there may be issues at closing time, but I just, let's just say for the record that that's the mitigation claim in their letter.
All right then, Commissioner Fan, your vote.
I will accept the offer.
Commissioner Ford,
I'll accept it as well, but it should be 12:30 closing.
Yes.
and Chairman Bradley.
Yeah, I'll accept it as well, but it's 12:30 closing, he's right.
Okay, next item, 1271, Leo Bruno Restaurant, Inc. It's a $1,500 conditional offer.
COVID-related charges, the licensee was licensed in May of this year, so they have no adverse history. 5 employees were found without a mask. Without any masks, I should say. You don't know, I can find it later.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Fan, you got cut off there.
Sorry, 1,500 accept.
Commissioner Ford,
1,500 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
I accept.
Next item, 1272, Soup and Burger Corp. It's a conditional no contest offer of $1,500.
This is 3 charges related to executive order violations on June 20th of 2020. The licensee has no adverse history, was opened in 2017. The facts of the case revolve around employees without face masks, people seated out in front of the licensed establishment when no outside dining was permitted, and drinking from containers, drinking alcohol from containers without lids.
All right, Commissioner Fan,
I'm gonna accept 1,500.
Commissioner Ford,
I accept 1,500.
Chairman Bradley.
I accept.
Next item, 1273, New Heights of NY Inc. This is a conditional no contest offer of cancellation and bond claim. The license was summarily suspended back on August 19th.
This is multiple violations related to executive orders as well as some not related to executive order. The executive order violations are on August 15th of 2020, and then there's a failure to comply with local regulations in February of 2017. There's a significant adverse history. The licensee's been open since 2007.
16 charges.
I'm sorry, 16 charges.
All right then, Commissioner Fan,
Cancel and accept.
Commissioner Ford,
Yeah, they paid like $28,000 in penalties since 2017 alone. Yes, I accept cancel and bond.
Chairman Bradley.
I accept.
Next item, 1274, JJPM Corp. It's a conditional contest offer of $1,500.
This is 2 charges related to COVID or executive order violations from August 16th of 2020. The licensee was issued the license in 2014. No adverse history. The case involves 5 employees without masks as well as indoor dining on August 16th, 2020.
Commissioner Fan,
1,500 accept.
Commissioner Ford,
1,500 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Except 15.
Next item, 1275, Palace is a conditional no contest offer of $20,000, 11 p.m. closing and background music only. There was a summary suspension imposed on August 16th.
This is 11 charges, all related to violations of the executive order. Charges are on August 14th, August 15th. The license was issued in 2018. There's no adverse history. The charges relate to a manager with no mask, 2 employees with no masks. 16 people were at the bar drinking on August 14th. And on August 15th, 6 people were observed at the bar drinking.
Yeah, there's some other fire safety and hookah without permit charges as well.
Okay, then Commissioner Fan,
I will accept 20,000, 12:30 close, background music only.
Commissioner Ford,
I'll accept 20,000, 12:30 PM, 12:30 AM close and background music only.
Chairman Bradley.
I will accept the same.
Next item, 1276, Dark Bullet Corp. This is a $10,000 conditional no contest offer. The license was summarily suspended on August 8th.
This is 3 charges related to executive order violations on August 3rd, 2020. The license was issued in 2017. There's no adverse history. The facts of the charges relate to 15 people standing at the bar drinking beer, as well as people playing pool, and they were operating an on-premise bar service when it was not legal to do so.
Yes, and the owner in the mitigation letter said that he allowed an employee to open up on his birthday and invite his friends, and that's why this happened, and he's fired the employee and promises to do better.
Commissioner Fan,
I will accept 10,000.
Commissioner Ford,
I'll accept.
Chairman Bradley.
I'll accept.
Next item, 1277, Last Crane Stop, Inc. It's a conditional no contest offer of $15,000. The license was summarily suspended on September 12th.
These are 3 charges related to violations of the executive order. The license was issued in 2013. There's no adverse history since 2015. The charges relate to booze being sold, or I should say alcohol being served without food, and multiple patrons not wearing masks inside the premise.
And standing and drinking. 25 people inside dancing as well, all inside the bar in September of 2020.
Commissioner Fan,
15,000 accept.
Commissioner Ford,
15,000 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
Next item, 1278, Manhasset Restaurant LLC. It's a conditional no contest offer of $25,000. The license was summarily suspended on September 12th.
This is 10 charges, all related to violations of the executive order on 2 separate dates. The first date being September 5th, 2020. The second date being September 11th, 2020. The license was issued in 2007. On September 5th, patrons were observed sitting and standing at the bar with no masks on many of them, and no social distancing being enforced. On September 11th, patrons were observed in a line outside with no masks, no social distancing being enforced. Inside, there were 118 people, which was well above the 50% capacity. All 108, or a large portion of the 118 people were standing while drinking with no food. This is in Long Island, so the people were permitted to be inside, but they were at 50% capacity. There's been no plan presented by the representative, and I have, based on what they did present, I have concerns that they are going to abide by the executive orders going forward. But
Yes, the mitigation letter, well, first of all, the principal on the scene claimed that in September of 2020 that he did not know that there was a food requirement. And in the mitigation letter, makes it appear as if the only mistake
His head count.
was that he wasn't counting heads.
So
Perhaps
what-
not recognizing that he had failed to address that people were standing and drinking and he was not operating a restaurant service, but rather a bar service inside.
So Adam, my question is, what is the occupancy. I was a little bit confused about that in his letter.
Let me take a look for you.
He's saying that the head count of 118 on September 11th reflects a reduction of 50%.
They do indicate on their establishment questionnaire that the maximum occupancy of the premises is 200.
But our report says something different about what the C of O says, right?
And let me see if we can pull that up.
And he's not really contesting that he violated. He's trying to say that the extra people were only inside to check in.
No, the pictures clearly shown people standing and drinking outside and inside.
Right. I think we do have something in the report, though, that, let me take a look.
He does, at the end, he does, through his representative, accept responsibility. But the letter is somewhat,
It looks like the letter that we have from the town of North Hempstead indicates that the restaurant occupancy is not to exceed 206.
Yes, 181 persons and 32 for outdoor seating is what the report says. And the report also says that the head count was made twice, 118 people indoors and 67 outdoors. So double the occupancy outdoors, and 118 out of 181 indoors is what the investigative report says. And the investigative report has a certificate from the town, which I'm now trying to read. Yes, the posted inside the restaurant. It says 181 persons, 32 outdoor seating only. Issued by the Department of Buildings. By the town of North Hempstead.
all right, everybody good?
So council, if the allowable capacity is 181 inside and 32 outside, then what is the allowable overall count right now?
No, it's 206 outside, it said.
32 outside.
I mean, 206 inside.
No.
What is it?
It's 181, that's what the investigative report says.
Are you looking at the C of O scanned in 2007?
No, I am looking at what was posted on the wall. that
Oh,
our
that's not
investigator
necessarily-
snapped a picture of.
Yeah, but we go by the C of O. They can change that any way they want.
Well, this is a
Either way,
this
he's
is a
above.
lower number. It's about the same
Yeah,
thing.
either way, he's over 50%.
The inside service is 50% of what your permitted inside capacity is. So I don't think there's any question they were over capacity inside. And the licensee is explaining that and explaining away his charges by saying, we just weren't counting. But he hasn't addressed the fact that he would only be permitted to have 50% inside if they were seated at tables that were 6 feet apart.
Correct.
And if he can't fit 50% of his occupancy at socially distanced tables, he has to have a lower number inside.
Yeah, it's the lesser of that number, correct.
So when the people are standing, it's not surprising that you can't count them as easily, because if you only have 50 seats socially distanced, then if one person's standing that you're over your limit. So
I don't find their argument persuasive at all, so.
Okay. All right, I will accept 25,000 Except 25,000. They have no history.
Commissioner Ford,
Yeah, only because they have no history, I will accept 25,000 as well.
Chairman Bradley.
I'll accept 25.
All right, the next item, 1279, Nikki and Elena Inc. This is a no contest plea. Just note that just from reading the licensee's letter, they may be thinking that because of the second page they got, the pleading that the penalty would automatically be $1,500.
Yes,
Commissioner-
right. The plea is a bit confusing because it clearly says no contest at the top, but then says, but please lower the fine, as if they were pleading to a conditional no contest. So that is a bit confusing, but I think we should recognize, based on the way it's written, they're essentially pleading no contest.
So Commissioner Fan,
So let me just go through it. So it's 3 charges related to COVID violations on July 10th, 2020. The license was issued in 2004. They have no adverse history. The charges here relate to 2 employees without masks, one of which was the manager. 2 kitchen staff also without masks properly worn. Patrons without masks walking around inside the establishment. The licensee maintains that it's extremely difficult to police not only the employees but patrons as well. Well, that is not mitigation.
That is not true.
That's the world we're living in, unfortunately.
Yeah, 1,500.
Commissioner Ford,
If it was like one violation, maybe, but I'll accept the 1,500. I'm going to impose 1,500. I'm sorry.
Chairman Bradley.
1,500.
Next item is 1280, Blue Bar and Grill Inc. It's a conditional no contest offer of $15,000. The summary suspension was imposed on September 11th.
This is this place just opened in January of 2020. They have no adverse history. It's 8 charges, all related to COVID violations related to the executive orders. On September 9th, 2020, on that date, 119 people were observed inside the premises, which is close to 100% occupancy when it should have been 50%. There was no social distancing, large groups standing with no face masks, no food. They had DJ and security, both illegal based on their representation and their licenses. And the lawyer does attempt to try to minimize what went on here, which is pretty egregious.
Yes, also the food permit is expired.
How could that even be? They've only been open for a night.
I don't know,
Unless if they were serving food at the establishment before they got
their license. But the fact that the food permit was expired and that was expressly charged is not addressed in the mitigation letter. The mitigation letter also says it's just a failure to count, that everybody ordered food at some point, even though no food was observed by the investigator on the scene. The letter also says that also says that they were not aware that the food requirement applied indoors. Although if everybody ordered food at some point, one wonders why he would even say that, if that were true. Also claims the music was loud but not in violation of any ordinance.
Well, it was illegal because it was a DJ, which they weren't supposed to have.
It says nothing about the expired food permit, nothing about the fact that they have a license that says on its face recorded in jukebox music, but they were using a DJ.
Then he goes and says he fully complied with all regulations and executive orders with which he was familiar. Which means I guess means he picked and choose, I don't understand that at all.
Or just heard about, I guess.
No, my favorite part is actually where they tell us that now they will literally count persons entering and leaving. That they seem like they just learned that. Not sure what they thought. There was a capacity limitation that came out months ago. how they were supposed to respond to that. Yeah, so. And PD was involved in this.
Yeah, this was obviously causing a problem because the Yonkers Police Department was significantly involved in this.
Yeah.
But I guess the other thing to consider is that the SLA gave them a license to have a restaurant with recorded music and jukebox, no security. And in the midst of the pandemic, they turned this place into a nightclub.
All right, Tom.
Yep, Commissioner Fan?
I'm gonna accept 15,000, but this is not good.
Commissioner Ford?
I was going to counter at 20,000. I mean, this place looks like they threw all caution to the wind.
Chairman Bradley?
I'm at 25, background music only. And,
All right then, so we have three different proposals. Commissioner
well, I'm
Fan?
gonna see if we can, will anybody, I'll go to 20 if Commissioner Fan will as well, with the background music.
I'll go to 20. Background music only.
All right, Commissioner Ford, are you?
Don't they already have background music
Well,
on?
I'm gonna remind them of background music.
Exactly.
Obviously, they're not supposed to have anything but background music, but this will be a reminder.
And a jukebox. They are approved for a jukebox.
Okay.
In theory, though, a jukebox just means that the customer
Okay,
select music instead
So
of
just so we're clear, Chairman Bradley, you're proposing $20,000 and recorded background music only, so no DJ. I mean, no
Well, it's-
jukebox.
No jukebox, correct. The jukebox is
Right.
off.
Right. Commissioner Fan, where are you on this now?
I will agree with the chairman, 20,000. Background music only.
Commissioner Ford?
Same here.
Okay.
Recorded background music only.
Next item, 1281, Greenfield Restaurant Group LLC. This is a conditional no contest offer of $1,500.
3 charges related to violations of the executive order from June 26, 2020. The license was issued in May of 2019. The charges relate to observations of 24 people standing outside with drinks in hand, tables too close, no social distancing being enforced, and many not wearing face masks.
Right then, Commissioner Fan,
1,500 accept.
Commissioner Ford,
I was going to counter 2,000. And it was like 24 people standing out front, open containers, not to mention the other violations. Move out within 100 licensed premises. So
I don't disagree, except that it was, they clearly have straightened their act up or they would have been here again. So I'll go with the 1,500.
I'll take this 1,500 as well.
All right, sir. Next item, 1282, Golden Abacus, Inc. This is a
Also right after,
default on pleading.
right after outside was permitted, so.
It's 2 charges related to violations of the executive orders, June 23rd, 2020. This is a straight no contest default. There's no adverse history. Licensee has been licensed since 2011. The observation was an employee without face covering.
I would go to 1,000 here. It was just one employee with no mask, and that was it.
Is that 1,000, Commissioner Ford?
Yes.
Commissioner Fan?
I'm at 2,000.
Chairman Bradley?
Why
Don't say
2,000?
1,500.
No, I'm not. I'm just trying to. Why do you want to give it to? If you, I just am wondering the reason. I'll go to 2,000 if there's a reason.
Default.
Default.
Oh, okay, 2,000. She's right.
All right, right, the next item, 1283, John C. Brady, Inc. This is also a default at pleading.
2 charges related to violations of the executive order. The license was issued in 2011. No adverse history. It's drinks without food. The information we have is that the pleading was received at the location.
Signed for, drinks to go without food. This predated the outside service food order, food requirement, but drinks to go had to have food in June of 2020.
All right, Commissioner Fan,
I'm at 2,000.
Commissioner Ford,
2,000.
Chairman Bradley.
2,000.
Next item is 1284, SBC Holdings LLC. This is another default at pleading.
2 charges related to violations of the executive orders on August 5th, 2020. License was issued in October of 2018. There was 1 disorderly premise charge in which in 2019 they received a letter of warning. The observation here was an employee without face masks, and the pleading here was also delivered to the location and signed for.
Resting. Commissioner Fan,
Can't believe they didn't respond. I'm at
2,000.
2,000.
2,000.
Commissioner, Chairman Bradley, go ahead.
2,000.
Next item, 1285, JTJ East Inc. This is a default at pleading.
3 charges related to violations of the executive orders on July 19th, 2020. The license was issued in November of 2014. The pleading was signed for at the location. The observations were people were inside standing and drinking with no masks, and there was over 50% capacity. This is actually pretty egregious.
Yes, 75, this is a report from Rochester law enforcement, 75 people inside, half standing and drinking. 2 calls to the owner to discuss the matter and hung up on them twice, hung up on us twice. And the Rochester police report says that he had been by the location 4 prior times, saw similar conditions inside, didn't write a report, but warned the door guy. And we have the pleading signed for on August 17th, and then they defaulted. So they ignored our enforcement follow-up, and then they ignored the pleading.
Commissioner Fan,
And they have some adverse history. And with everything council said, I am at 10,000.
Commissioner Ford,
I'm at 10,000. Well, just a quick question. Adam, what kind of license is this? It's not a club, is it?
One moment.
You're operating as a nightclub, but they're not licensed as one, or are they?
No, they're licensed as a restaurant.
10,000.
Chairman Bradley.
10,000.
Can we
Yeah. Take a break.
take a 5-minute?
All right, we're going to take a brief recess. Just remind you all to mute your microphones. Commissioners Ford and Fan, are you ready to go?
I'm here.
I don't have your video yet. Commissioner Fan? All right then. We are now back on the record after a brief recess. The next item is 1286 Angry Wades Inc. This is a conditional no contest offer of $1,500.
3 charges related to executive order violations on June 20th. License was issued in July of 2000. There is 1 charge for adverse history in 2019. And the fine was just imposed in July of this year of $2,500. The observations relate to serving alcohol for takeout without serving food, 15 people lingering immediately outside the premise, people without masks consuming beer outside the premise, also had outdoor tables set up so it wasn't a true takeout service because outdoor dining was not allowed at the time.
I think Commissioner Fan?
I'm gonna accept 1,500.
I'm sorry.
I will accept 1,500.
Commissioner Ford?
I know what you're thinking. I think Mr. Buckley already gave the discount.
Yeah, I guess I'll accept 1,500.
You're accepting it? Commissioner Ford, you broke up a little bit.
Yeah, I said I'll accept 1,500 as well.
Chairman Bradley?
I'll accept 1,500.
The next item, 1287 Ruby's East Village LLC. This is a pleading default.
5 charges related to violations of the executive order on the 20th of June and the 21st of June. The pleading was delivered to the licensed premise. The license was issued in November of 2019. There is no adverse history. The observations related to serving alcohol outside and food while seated outside at tables before they could be serving outside.
Right then, Commissioner Fan?
I'm at 3,500.
Commissioner Ford?
I'll do 3,500 as well. I was actually higher, but I'll do 3,500.
Chairman Bradley?
3,500.
Next item, 1288 BKNY1 Inc. This is a conditional no contest offer of $1,500.
This is 1 charge related to executive order violations in July of this year. There is no adverse history. The license was issued in August of 2013. The observations relate to 2 people seated outside with drinks without ordering food, and there's also someone else was eating and drinking inside when indoor dining was not permitted.
All right, Commissioner Fan?
1,500.
Commissioner Ford?
Because of their clean history, I'll go 1,500 as well.
Chairman Bradley?
1,500.
Next item, 1289 22 Cafe Inc. This is a conditional no contest offer of $1,500.
This is 3 charges related to executive order violations in July of 2020. The license was issued in January of this year. There's no adverse history. The observations relate to 2 people being served inside the premises as well as employees without wearing face masks.
Commissioner Fan?
1,500 accept.
Commissioner Ford?
1,500 accept.
Chairman Bradley?
Accept.
Next item is 1290 Z Pita Inc. It's another conditional offer of $1,500.
5 charges, all related to executive order violations. Oh, I take that back. 5 charges, some of which are executive order violations. Some are failure to post warning signs and display license. The license was issued in 2013. There's no adverse history. The observations relate to 3 employees not wearing face masks, as well as other factual violations of as well as the signage that I mentioned already.
Yes, and for the record, although our procedure is supposed to be to not do a second page when there are other violations, the second page and $1,500 offer was made on the second page of this pleading, not considering the warning signs issue.
So what you're saying is they got
They got
whatever
a break.
discount we may
They
get
got
was
a-
already given.
Yeah, they got a break already.
All right then, Commissioner Fan,
1,500 accept.
Commissioner Ford,
1,500 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
Next item, or items 1991 and 93. Lucky 7 Restaurant and Bar, Inc. This is a conditional no contest offer of $25,000, no music, 12 a.m. closing. There was a summary suspension imposed on August 9th.
So this is 2 proceedings. The first proceeding was in February. It relates to charges from February of this year, on February 7th as well as February 23rd. They are not COVID related. They involve, among other things, failure to conform to the application for hiring a manager, failure to comply for having hookah, failure to comply for no business certificate, unauthorized trade name. It was basically a inspection. There are 12 charges in the first proceeding. In the second proceeding, which is all COVID related, there are 7 charges. That was on August 8th, 2020. And they have a significant adverse history, although they've only been open for 9 years. The lawyer did file a mitigation letter, and based on my reading the mitigation letter, he doesn't seem to get it because he's trying to justify the security guards, which they're not supposed to have anyway. Do you have anything to add to that, Gary?
Yeah, this location appears to have been charged with conduct just about every 6 months or more frequently since 2015, and has run up over $70,000 in fines with us already. The most recent fine wasn't paid. It was $3,000 because it was deferred. The board imposed a fine in May after we had already started our COVID-related restrictions and extensions. And this February of 2020 case was charged, but didn't go to hearing, also because we were shut down.
I think it should be noted that the significant adverse history, a lot of it involves violence, as well as focal point for police intentions.
Yeah, and a $50,000 fine on July 17th, 2019. And then 15 charges since then, before we got to COVID-19 restriction period.
All right.
It's like 3 disorderlies, a couple of sustained pattern of noise, focal point for police attention. This place looks like it's just something terrible waiting to happen to someone, to me.
And not only, it's not 3 disorderlies, it's more like 8. Those disorderlies you're reading are multiple dates.
That's
Yep.
correct. In
That's correct.
case number 3
And 4.
Yep.
and 4.
True, yes. So,
All right.
Commissioner Fan?
Gary, can I just clarify that however, in the proceedings that are before us today, there is nothing related to violence, right?
That's
In the
correct.
first proceeding, I don't see anything related to violence, and the second proceeding is all EO violations.
That's correct. The although maximum occupancy charge from February, 240 people inside, is a signal of a problem that could lead to violence. But you are correct.
Right then, Commissioner Fan?
Well, I agree with Commissioner Ford that this place is not operating within the boundaries. I'm gonna accept just because I don't think these pending charges here are that egregious, and I don't want to take the license for these charges. So I will accept 5,000, no music, 12:30 club.
Commissioner Ford?
I was something much more serious than that, but I'll at least go higher with the penalty, at least 35,000, no music, and 12:30 closing.
Chairman Bradley?
What is this place? Can you tell me what they're
It's licensed as a restaurant.
This is not a restaurant.
This is licensed as a restaurant with recorded music only is what they're approved for.
I mean, they've already paid 50, Commissioner Ford. You're willing to give them 35? They paid 50 for one case. So we're gonna go down?
Yeah, I thought about that. I was only thinking that,
I mean, I want to get the case over with, but I don't think this place should be open. I'm going to be honest with you.
yeah,
So whatever you'll go to, I'll go to. I
Yeah.
realize Commissioner Fan we're asking more for her to go that high.
yeah, I was actually, my thoughts about this over the past couple of days was canceling bond. I see nothing good coming of this place, and they have a horrible history here. So I'm going to go with canceling bond.
That's where I'm at. Canceling bond.
All right, then, the next item, 1292, Como Bueno Restaurant Corp. It's a conditional no contest offer of $1,500.
This
I'm
is-
gonna count. Sorry, sir. Go ahead.
2 charges related to executive order violations. The license was issued in October of 2013. The observations are serving, there's no adverse history, and the observations are serving 10 people inside the premises at the counter when inside dining was not permitted.
Commissioner Fan?
10 people inside during phase 3, that's pretty serious. I'm gonna counter at 5,000.
Commissioner Ford?
I'll go with Commissioner Fan's counter, 10,000.
No, I'm at 5.
Oh, 5,000. I'm sorry, that's what I meant. Yes.
All right, so Chairman Bradley?
5,000.
Okay.
Next item, 1294, Francisco and Francisco, Inc. It's a conditional no contest offer of $1,500.
I don't have this one. Gary, can you read that one?
Yeah, but I can't tell you what the charges were.
Oh, I can't.
It's $1,500 CNC for 4 charges, executive order related charges on July 26, 2020. I don't have it right in front of me, but I will pull it up right now as to the conduct.
I do have it. We have it. The conduct is employees and staff without masks, customers not following social distancing, no social distancing enforcement.
All right, Commissioner Fan?
1,500 accept. Thank you.
Commissioner Ford?
I'll accept 1,500 as well.
Chairman Bradley?
Accept.
Next item is 1295, El Coyote Forest Hills, Inc. $1,500 conditional offer.
3 charges related to violations of the executive order. License was issued in September of 2014. There's no adverse history. The observations are serving alcohol without takeout food service at the same time, customers with drinks and no food, and drinking at outdoor tables when outdoor service was not permitted.
All right then, Commissioner Fan.
I'm gonna counter at 3,000.
Commissioner Ford.
I'll counter 3,000 as well.
Chairman Bradley.
3,000.
The next item, 1296. El Coyote Carpool, Inc. It's a conditional offer of $1,500.
These are 3 charges related to violations of the executive order. The license was issued in March of 2009. There's no adverse history. The observations relate to patrons congregating on the sidewalk in front of the establishment without social distancing being enforced and drinking while standing. Employees were also observed without masks.
All right, Commissioner Fan,
1,500 accept.
Commissioner Ford,
1,500 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Step.
Next item, 1297. Penshan Realty, Inc. It's a conditional no contest offer of $1,500.
Two violations related to executive order. License was issued in July of 2018. No adverse history. The observations relate to 3 employees who were observed without masks.
Commissioner Fan,
1,500.
Commissioner Ford,
1,500 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Step.
Next item, 1298. Jandal Latino 46 LLC. This is a conditional offer of $2,000.
2 charges related to violations of the executive order. The license was issued in 2012. There is minimal history, 1 improper notification on a renewal from 2018. And the observations relate to 2 employees observed without masks.
Right then, Commissioner Fan,
There is an information that the licensee was cooperative, so I'm gonna suggest we lower this to 1,500.
Commissioner Ford,
That's exactly where I was, 1,500.
Chairman Bradley.
1,500.
Next item, 1299. Ben's BBQ Inc. It's a conditional no contest offer of $1,500.
2 charges related to violations of the executive order. The license was issued in June of 2006. There's no adverse history. The observations relate to 3 employees not wearing face masks.
Commissioner Fan,
I'm gonna accept 1,500.
Commissioner Ford,
I'll accept 1,500.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
Next item, 1300, the Consulate NYC LLC. This is a conditional offer of $3,000.
This is 4 charges related to executive order violations on 2 separate dates. 2 charges relate to July 5th, 2020, and 2 charges relate to July 11th, 2020. The license was issued in October of 2019, so not even open a year. There's no adverse history. On 7/5, the observations relate to serving, continuing to serve while others or patrons are lingering outside. And on July 11th, they had patrons inside the premise sitting at tables when indoor dining was not permitted.
For the record, inside service was in a rainstorm, and they have not been found to be in violation since July, although it is 2 separate incidents.
Okay, Commissioner Fan,
I went and double checked. There was a rainstorm on July 11, so I propose we lower this to 2,500.
Commissioner Ford,
Yeah, 2,500 is good. I'll agree to that.
Chairman Bradley.
I'll agree to that as well.
Next item, 1301, Michelangelo's Brick Oven, Inc. It's a $1,500 CNC.
This is two charges related to executive order violations. The license was issued in 2008. There's no adverse history. The observations relate to three employees not wearing face masks.
1,500.
Commissioner Ford,
1,500 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
I'll accept.
The next item, 1302, My Favorite Caterers, Inc. It's a conditional no contest offer of $1,500.
This is two charges related to executive order violations on the same date. The license was issued in January of 2012. There's no adverse history. The observations relate to approximately 70 people being served without social distancing. Of the tables with more than 10 people, and people were also observed standing without face masks.
Commissioner Fan,
The counter at 3,000.
3,000.
Yes, please.
Commissioner Ford,
Well, Mr. Beeman, he did remove several tables and face masks provided to customers who entered once he was spoke to about the fire marshal to correct the situation. So I would go to 2,000.
Chairman Bradley.
3,000.
Next item is 1303. It's Maurice Baker. It's a new package store application.
Wake up, Adam.
So this is a non-bulletproof liquor store in Nassau County. The principal's to manage as well as hire a part-time manager. There's one protest. It's going to be 676 square feet. 481 of that is going to be retail. The closest store is 1 mile away. There are 5 stores that are within 1.4 miles. One of those is bulletproof. We did not get a sales response from the second closest store, which is 1.2 miles away. One of the principals works for New York State Gaming. Anybody know? I'm assuming that's not an issue with gaming. I know it's not an issue in our law. I guess we could worry about that with gaming.
It's not an issue.
Okay.
The closest store is Heritage, which is a very large store.
Yeah, that is 18,000 square feet, doing 37 million plus in sales.
The location was previously licensed, but hasn't been for 20 years.
The previous store closed in 2001, but the 3 closest stores, Heritage and Sunrise and Passion, they were all in business during that time. So when that store disappeared, they were already in business. So it's a small store. There's only like 481 square feet of retail. And you look at the map, it's sort of ideally, to use a frequent phrase these days, it's ideally socially distanced between the same 3 stores. So the same location that was there before is perfectly distanced between the other 3 stores that were there before. So if you look at the volume of other stores too, I would vote to approve this.
Commissioner Fan,
I'll vote to approve.
Chairman Bradley.
I vote to deny. The area is saturated with liquor stores. The population is stagnant. There's been no representation that they're going to be doing anything or supplying anything that the other stores around them aren't doing already. And the sales of 3 of the closest, well, 2 of the, we didn't get a response from 1. The third closest is flat. The 5th closest sales are down. And then we have an 18,000 square foot store that's the closest one. So I don't see there's any public convenience and advantage. So I vote to deny.
Next item is 1304. It's Great Lakes NY Inc. This is a application for a new restaurant wine license.
This is a restaurant, a sushi restaurant on Second Avenue. In 2017 and 2018, the applicant, or I should say, this is the third attempt of this applicant to apply here. He applied in 2017 and 2018. He previously was denied because he was caught as an availer of the previous licensee, and then in the second application denied, he submitted a false statement on that application. This is going to be 74 max occupancy, seats for 52, and 6 people at the customer bar. There will be an enclosed sidewalk cafe, recorded music only, no security. The principal will manage. The hours are 11 to 11.
Yeah, so in 2017, this applicant apparently purchased this restaurant from the prior licensee. The license, though, stayed in effect for 6 months, but when we investigated, we found that the new owner had essentially taken over and was operating. And that was the availing basis for the first denial. And then in the second application in 2018, he checked no on whether he had applied before. And then in the letter in support of the application, he says he was denied for a reason he cannot understand, or we cannot understand. I don't know quite why he didn't understand, but in any event, he appears to be operating the restaurant without alcohol for a couple of years.
All right, with that, Commissioner Fan,
I will vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford,
Gary, is it possible that due to the complexity of all these things that need to be done, the contract of sale, assumption of the lease, certificate of authority, collect sales tax, workers' comp, on and on and on, do you think they were trying to deceive, or do you think that, is it possible that they were just order?
You know what? You can't know what somebody knows. I think he knew he had to apply for a liquor license.
Yeah.
He signed an application for one, probably. I've assumed he signed.
Right, and the second application that was disapproved, we disapproved for a very straightforward question. Have you applied for a license with the authority before?
Yes.
And they indicated they had not when we
Look,
have records of
He
that.
may have had bad advice from his lawyers. It wouldn't be the first time that we saw a representative not doing a good job of representing
Yeah.
someone who might not understand. He has been in exile from us for a couple of years, though, at this point. So,
This is just restaurant wine. It's not
Correct.
a license, just restaurant wine and beer. I'm going to go with my what the hell one for the day, and I'm going to vote to approve it. So,
Chairman Bradley.
I vote to approve.
Next item is 1305, Star Estate Distillery LLC. This is an application for a new farm distillery license.
Didn't they request to be adjourned?
Holdover request?
Yeah, we got an adjournment request, correct, Tom?
Yes, we did.
There is the letter indicates that one of the applicants apparently is connected to a license that has a significant adverse history that he's trying to get off on, get off the license. And obviously that's why that this application is here, I would imagine, because of that adverse history. So I think they want to make sure he's off that. So at least we know he is before we make a decision on this, which I can understand.
Yep, I think it's a good move. So,
She wants,
It gets off the license, it doesn't erase its history. I'm just
No.
saying.
We'll consider the history, but I think you would consider it a lot worse if he was still on it.
Fair enough.
Yeah, so hold it over. I don't know what they're asking for.
to 1014 then?
Sure.
it's going to be resolved by 10:14.
I don't know. Yeah, 1014.
Next item, 1306, Rio Dolce Bakery and Restaurant, Inc. This is a new restaurant wine application.
It's a restaurant with recorded music. Principal will manage with 3 other employees. There'll be no security. The max occupancy is 21. which I don't know where that's coming from, because he says he has 8 tables with 21 chairs, but where does that leave with the employees? The previous license here was canceled by the members in June of 2018. There's no protest. This appears to be a bakery
Yeah, and
and cafe.
the prior license was canceled based on a default at hearing on charges of maximum occupancy, DJ use, no permit for a nightclub. It looks like this prior licensee jumped the gun on what he was permitted to do and then abandoned the premises. So the cancellation wasn't because it was violent or anything like that.
All right, with that, Commissioner Fan?
Commissioner Roberts, enlighten me. What is a walking box? Where they say, where is the alcohol stored? They say walking box.
It may just be a storage facility associated with the premises.
It's not like they're storing in a box, keeps moving around or something?
It's a walk-in cooler.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Thank you. I've never
Walk-in
seen that.
box.
Right, walk-in box.
The G might not be walk-in box, maybe not walking.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Opposed to walking.
It's a walking box, and when you got to pull a couple of beers out, you have to chase it down. Right. Wherever it happens to be walking.
With that, Commissioner Fan?
I'm gonna vote to approve 10 p.m. across the board, recorded music only, no manager, no promoter, no security guard. And yes, background music only.
Commissioner Ford?
So you said 10 p.m. across the board, no manager, and no security guard. I'll vote to approve on the same terms.
Chairman Bradley?
I will vote to approve on the same grounds.
Next item, 1307. Georgian Bread, Inc. This is a conditional no contest offer of $2,000.
The 2 charges related to violations of the executive order on August 14th of 2020. The license was issued in October of 2014. There is minimal history, just 1 improper notification on a renewal. And the observations relate to employees without face masks.
I would go for 1,500.
Commissioner Ford?
I was at 1,500 as well.
Chairman Bradley?
1,500.
Next item is 1308. This is a request for declaratory ruling regarding property at 60 Stewart Avenue in Roscoe, New York.
Roscoe, Tom. Trouttown, USA.
Never been to the Roscoe Diner?
Yeah, the best. All right, Gary, you want to do this?
Yeah, this is a request for a declaratory ruling on a 200-foot issue. The licensee apparently is within 200 feet, and the question is whether or not the premises are on the same street as the church that's within 200 feet. The licensee states that its premises are in a building that is shared, or a lot that is shared by other businesses. So while the building is on the corner, and under precedent, if the building is on a corner, for purposes of the 200-foot law, it's on both streets that it is on the corner of. Whether because the premises itself is separated by 2 other businesses and therefore is not on the corner, whether it is on the same street as the church. We actually did some research on this one, and there is a case called Our Backyard versus State Liquor Authority from 1977 that is close to on point, and found that a business that was not on the same street because it was separated by other businesses, because it was separated, it found that it would not be considered on the same street. And interestingly, the case cites a change in the statute where the word building, the old law said that if the building was on the same street as the church, it would be a violation of the 200-foot rule. That word building was substituted for the word premises. So it now says premises instead of building, which seems to suggest a legislative intent to address this situation particularly, that it doesn't matter if the building is on the same street, but rather if the premises is. So it seems to me that under this precedent, this is something that would not be on the same street, based on the representations made by the licensee's council.
Okay.
Commissioner Fan?
Based on what Council just presented, I will vote
He wants a,
to agree that this location, in event of an issuance of an OP license, it will not be in violation of the 200-foot rule.
correct.
Commissioner Ford?
I vote to approve under the same reasons.
Chairman Bradley?
I vote that this, because of council's representation and the licensee's representations, that the 200-foot rule does not apply in this situation to the buildings mentioned.
Next item is 1309, Uptown Garrison, Inc. It's a conditional offer of $1,500.
2 charges related to executive order violations on July 26, 2020. The license was issued in October of 2017. There's no adverse history. The observations relate to 2 patrons, allowing 2 patrons to congregate while drinking in front of the premises, not operating a true takeout service.
Commissioner Fan?
I have to give some credit to the fact that these 2 patrons told the investigator that they were waiting for food. And since I don't have better information, I'm going to propose we lower this to $1,000.
Commissioner Ford?
So you didn't have an NYDOT approved sidewalk tables. They didn't have tables, period. Is that correct?
Yeah, I believe so.
They were just sitting outside drinking in front of the premises while waiting for food because they can't be inside, correct?
Correct.
All right. I'll take 1,000 as well.
Chairman Bradley?
$1,000.
Next item is 1310, Hush Restaurant and Lounge LLC. It's a $1,500 conditional no contest offer.
2 charges related to executive violations on August 11, 2020. The license was issued in August of 2019. The observations relate to 3 there's no adverse history, and the observations relate to 3 employees not wearing face masks.
Commissioner Fan?
I will accept 1,500.
Commissioner Ford?
1,500 accept.
Chairman Bradley?
I'll accept.
Next item, 1311, Avenue C Restaurant LLC. This is a conditional no contest offer of $1,500.
Oh, hold on, sorry. This is 2 violations related to the executive order on August 8th, 2020. The license was issued in July of 2019. There is no adverse history. The observation was an employee without a face mask.
Commissioner Fan?
I will accept 1,500.
Commissioner Ford?
I accept 1,500.
Chairman Bradley?
I'll accept 1,500.
Next item is 1312, Anzulo Fino Corp. This is a request for reconsideration. Licensee originally submitted an offer of $20,000, no outdoor music, 11 p.m. closing. Full board issued a counteroffer of cancellation of bond claim. Licensee is now requesting a revision of that counteroffer to $30,000, 11 p.m. closing, and no music.
So
Summary
this,
suspension has been in effect since July 24th.
this license was issued in September of 2019. The charges relate to five separate dates of violations related to the executive order, related to the executive orders. 4 of those dates are all almost identical activities being done at the licensed location. They were warned on at least one of those dates early on to stop what they were doing, and they didn't. And really all they've added here is that they won't do it anymore and $10,000.
Yes, they've sweetened their offer to 30,000 and submitted a letter that has a list of things that they're not going to do. The letter is signed by their representative. So we have no further indication from the licensee themselves.
Which they obviously were asked to stop what they were doing and didn't do it before. So I don't know why that would be believable.
All right, then,
And this-
Commissioner.
You know, the violations relate to, multiple people, when I say multiple, 20 to 25 people standing in front of the premises on July 18th. Employees without face masks on multiple occasions. Ten patrons lingering in front of the premises, selling alcohol without food. And that's just in June. All right, go ahead, Tom.
Commissioner Fan.
Chairman said, I actually still think that these violations of the governor's executive orders are egregious, that they were caught on 5 different days between June and middle of July until they were summarily suspended. 5 days of constant violation. However, given the materials they've submitted, I will agree to reconsider and I will accept the 30,000, 1230, and no music.
What is this in Russian?
Commissioner Ford.
I think what they're going to do is they're coming back
Yeah.
proposing the $30,000 that was originally agreed with or proposed by council. So I'm willing to accept that as well, which is, if they accept that before, we wouldn't be back here with them today. So 30,000, 12:30 closing. 12:30 p.m. closing, and what music did you say?
12:30 a.m. closing and no music.
And no music.
Chairman Bradley.
I'm going to vote to cancel and bond. I mean, on July 18th, there were more than 20 people standing in front of the premises, not social distancing, not wearing face masks. Then again, on July 18th, the same thing. And given the number of times that this person has engaged in this conduct, I have no faith that they're going to comply with whatever they indicate that they're going to do here, and no matter what amount of money they pay. And given that the infection rates are now going up, particularly in Queens, I don't see any reason to keep them open. But so that's what I vote cancel and bond.
All right, the next item, 13.
Can you just read to me what was it? The 30,000, 12:30 p.m.
AM.
That's 12:30 a.m. and no music.
No
All right,
music?
so there's a new counteroffer, so to speak, of 30,000.
Yeah, I got it. Thanks.
Next item, 13, Rolos LLC.
This is a
Say-
request to extend the conditional approval.
I'm at 3/20/2021.
Commissioner Ford,
to 3/20/21.
21.
Chairman Bradley,
I'll do the same. This is 2 years at that point.
Final, it's already been conditionally approved for 30 months, so 2.5 years. Original conditional approval letter went out 3/20/2019. So at that point, you'd be giving them 3 years of conditional,
2019?
I'm sorry, 2019, so it'd be 2 years, 2.5 years at.
Yeah, that's fine.
So Adam, if they come back now again and want to extend it again, you can just categorically say denied? Doesn't have to
Based
come
on
back
this
to the board?
board meeting, saying
Yeah.
that it's the final conditional
Yeah.
approval, yes.
Yes, okay, thank you.
all right then, next item, 1314, Greek Kitchen Inc. This is a conditional no contest offer of $10,000. The license has been summarily suspended since August 3rd.
This is 2 charges related to violations of the executive order. I believe it's indoor dining.
Yes, it was inside service. That was the sole basis for the executive order violation.
All right then, Commissioner Fan,
It was an enclosed sidewalk cafe, and the licensee claims that he was confused. He thought he could use it because it had 2 open doors. It had open doors on 2 sides of the cafe.
Commissioner Fan,
This location is across the street from the Mount Sinai West Hospital. If they could and when they could, I am 100% convinced that they have been providing services to essential workers and medical workers. And moving forward, I'm sure they will be doing so if there is another wave. And so with that, I am going to propose to lower this fine to $5,000.
Commissioner Ford,
I'm just looking at the area again where they were serving. So, but I agree. I had in my notes to propose to lower it to 5,000 as well as Commissioner Fan. So I'm at 5,000 as well.
Chairman Bradley,
5,000.
I've been there too. There's a couple of Greek kids that were on 9th and 10th in that neighborhood that have.
next item is 1315, Picante Inc. This is a conditional no contest offer, $30,000, 11 p.m. closing, incidental music only, no DJ, plus full compliance with all applicable rules and regulations. The summary suspension has been in effect since August 15th.
This is 9 charges, most of which are related to violations of the executive order, although there is also unauthorized additional bar, books and records not on premises, and pre-mixing. All of this was on August 15, 2020. The restaurant was open the observations were that the restaurant was open at 1 a.m. outdoors when it should have been 11. There was a DJ pumping music to patrons outside. The patrons were not all wearing masks. Employees also without masks. Is this place allowed to even have a DJ?
No.
No, it is not.
And there was a stand-up bar on the sidewalk serving alcohol only, and they were not allowed to have that bar. Kitchen staff with no masks, drinking only, no food being served. They
So it's like
basically,
ironic they're offering not to have a DJ when they're not allowed to have one anyway.
how gracious of them. This is a place that converted itself into a nightclub on the street when they were not authorized to do so for multiple reasons.
They've been open since 2007, no history since 2014.
Commissioner Fan,
Is this supposed to be a restaurant?
They filed as a restaurant, yes.
Spicy food, apparently. Picante.
Commissioner Fan,
Both license permits have been closed since August 15, and we have a letter from the owner himself saying that he will apply. And given the lack of adverse history since 2014, even though the violations are egregious, they were all on one day. And so I will propose that we lower the fine from 30 to 25,000 and close at 12:30 a.m. Incidental music only.
We see incidental. Do we want to
Yeah, you can go to background music only. Sorry.
record background music? Okay.
Yeah, sorry. Should not use.
Commissioner Ford?
Background music only? Yes. I was going to suggest, we're on the same wavelength today, Commissioner Fan. I was going to say 25,000 as well.
And 12:30 recorded background music, right?
Yes, sir.
Chairman Bradley?
I will go along with that. I like 30 better, but I will go along with that. I mean, I get you guys haven't seen this, but I didn't see this place, but I've seen what this kind of place looks like when it's doing what it's doing, and it's not good. But I'll go with 25.
All right.
So if you got the message.
I'm going to ask you to take a brief recess because although I have the view of the whole boardroom on the WebEx, it is not showing up on the YouTube feed. So I'm going to ask that you, Chairman, leave the meeting, and then we'll have you call back in to see if that fixes the connection. All right, so if you could just hit end call right now.
Yep, we'll call back in.
And then, yeah, okay, thank you.
Me too, Tom? I can't hear you.
No, you don't have to leave, okay? It's just a problem with the feed from the conference room.
Okay.
Showing up on the WebEx meeting, but I just checked it and it wasn't showing up. We were getting sound, but not the video from the full boardroom.
Okay.
You have this again, Tom? Tom, can you hear us again?
It's not very loud.
Yeah, you need to turn up the volume.
Can you hear us now?
You need to turn up some more.
No, you're turning up his volume. That doesn't help.
No, my volume is turned up. Is yours turned up all the way?
Let's see.
Can you hear us?
Yeah.
Here you go.
All right. Let me just check the YouTube feed.
Officially a year I've been.
All right, it appears we have the video back now on the YouTube feed. So we can resume the, of the conference room, so we can resume the meeting then. All right, the next item, if we're all ready to go, is 1316.
You're that big a firm?
It's
Yeah,
Family, Family Group Enterprises, Inc. It's a $10,000 conditional no contest offer. The license has been summarily suspended since September 13th.
4 charges related to violations of the executive order on 8/5, 1 charge on 8/5, 3 charges on September 12th. 4 employees without masks, 14 people sitting together at a table too close together, no social distancing. 6 tables inside had customers and also people at the bar as well on the September 12th. And there's also a question whether there's an availing here.
Which I suspect we have not yet investigated.
Yeah, there's not a charge relating to the availing. There's it's been open since 2008. There's no history since 2015.
I'm gonna counter with 10,000 with background music only and 12:30 close.
Commissioner Ford,
I'll accept that as well.
you'll go along with the counteroffer then, just from the, right. Chairman Bradley,
I will do the same.
next item is 1317, Mally's Deli and Grocery Corp. This is a conditional no contest offer of $13,000, not stay open past 11 p.m. and only soft background music. The license has been summarily suspended since August 23rd.
So this is an eating place beer license issued in November of 2013. 1 date of violations of the executive order, as well as sale without appropriate license and permit on the same date, and unauthorized warehousing of alcohol on the same date as the executive order violations. The executive law violations involve observations of employees without face coverings, three customers inside drinking without face masks, no food with them drinking, 3 people congregating in front of the premises drinking, and also unmasked with no food.
Yeah, the unauthorized alcohol canned tequila cocktails for sale at an EB, eating place beer. I'm not sure what soft background music means, bossa nova or.
Hit that on.
I think Commissioner Fan,
As council pointed out, since soft is an opinion, I will just say that I will accept 13,000 civil penalty, close at 12:30 a.m. and background music only.
Yeah.
Commissioner Ford, I will take that as a counteroffer, then Commissioner Ford.
Same counter.
Chairman Bradley.
Why is that a counteroffer?
Well, because,
Taking out the word soft.
right, we're not sure what soft background could be live music.
No, it can't. It would say live.
It doesn't say live or recorded. It just says background.
We
All right, whatever. I'm trying not to delay these things if we don't have to, and it seems like we're giving them more than they're asking for.
we have. I thought we've all agreed that a background music request is a recorded music request,
It is. It's fine.
but all right.
Well, then I'll go back to
It's
it.
fine. Do it what you're doing, that's fine.
It's really
I mean,
housekeeping.
if they can't figure out at this point what we're asking for, since we've been doing it for 3 months, then
Some of
it's
them.
on them.
So that, the only real change is at 12:30 PM, which is the way it is anyway.
And the definition of, and their description of their background music.
Okay.
All right, then next item is 1318, WOGE USA Inc. It's a conditional no contest offer of $25,000, 11 PM closing, background recorded music, closed business until the EOs and the DOH and the SLA guidelines allow for karaoke activity. Summary suspension's been in place since September 4th.
Can they be open as just a restaurant without karaoke? Is that what they're licensed as?
They are.
Yeah.
It's a tavern with karaoke.
So this is 12 violations, many of which were executive law violations on September 4th, 2020. There also was controlled substance in the premise, failure to display license, failure to comply blocked exits, failure to have books and records on premise, failure to conform to the application. They also had untaxed cigarettes. It's all on one date. It's a karaoke bar. 100 people were found inside the karaoke bar. Obviously, inside is not permitted at the time that this occurred in Flushing, New York. Based on the write-up, when the law enforcement went in, the individuals all started running out, indicating that they knew they were not supposed to be there. There were employees without face masks. Patrons were not wearing face masks. They found ketamine on the premises and made arrests. This was bad, and this seems to be happening regularly in Flushing because there are a couple of other places that just happened over the weekend.
There's a mitigation letter in which the licensee apparently sincerely apologizes for the mistake.
Is that a mistake?
Well,
Technically?
Yes,
Well, when you actually are intentionally bringing people into...
This was a police raid that was prompted by complaints in the neighborhood that somebody was having a potential super spreader event inside this location, and that's what was found when they went in and raided it.
So we're gonna see a number of these. So I think we need to be consistent because we have. I know that we've done another one ourselves already, and I think there's probably some coming down the road.
Yes.
All right, so with that, Commissioner Fan?
When the investigators arrived at this location, as chairman and council both pointed out, they heard loud music, but there was a dark lobby with curtain covering the entrance. And when the investigators actually entered the premise, the licensee or their managers decided to evacuate almost hundreds of customers out the back door, to a point where the investigation team of 4 officers felt like they were dramatically outnumbered and required an emergency call for assistance from the precinct. I believe that these scenes are the ones that we're really trying to avoid, where hundreds of people are not being pushed into a fire escape and trying to escape law enforcement. I mean, this is completely ridiculous. Not to mention all the other violations, 5 safety issues, untaxed cigarettes, ketamine on site, and all the other criminal-related arrests that happened on the same evening. With all of that, I'm going to counter it, cancel and bond.
Commissioner Ford?
I think just to add to what Commissioner Campos just said, I think a lot of the charges are as I've written here in my notes, were pretty egregious in sum total, and really put the health and safety and welfare of everybody in that place in danger, not just because of COVID-19. So I'm going to go to for cancel and bond as well.
Chairman Bradley?
I'm going to vote for cancel and bond as well. I mean, and Commissioner Fan pointed it out well. The police, there were 2 or 3 police officers who went into this place, and they were overwhelmed by the number of people that they found in there. Not to mention there was active use of drugs going on, sales of untaxed cigarettes. I mean, to ask during a pandemic law enforcement to have to go in and make sure that someone like this is doing the right thing when they clearly were not and put their lives on the line walking into a place they're not familiar with is just ridiculous. I mean, it's obvious that this owner had absolutely no responsibility to the public, to his customers, or to his employees. I don't believe that is ever going to change given what was going on here. So I vote to cancel and bond. Counter at cancel and bond.
The next item, 1319, Alta Cucina 2 LLC. This is another pleading default.
These are 3 charges related to executive order violations. The license was issued in January of 2019. The pleading was signed for at the location, so they did receive it. The observations were permitting consumption of beverages just outside the restaurant when it was takeout only, so they were not running a proper takeout program. There were 30 people outside dining and drinking with waiter service when outside dining was not permitted.
So they missed it by 1 day, right? Would you say?
Yeah, it was the day before it was permitted.
Which is why this is probably not a summary.
I would say that's probably right.
All right, with that, Commissioner Fan.
I will note, by the way, that we do not have a subsequent violation on this place. And that was in, the end of June.
I am at 2,500.
Commissioner Ford.
Since they didn't respond, 2,500.
Chairman Bradley.
2,500.
Next item, 1320, Firehouse Saloon, Inc. It's a conditional no contest offer of $2,000.
These are 3 charges related to executive order violations. This is a karaoke bar in Rochester. Is that correct? The observations were serviced with insufficient food. They had been warned previously. He says the warning came after the charge. I don't know whether those dates actually line up or not, but I don't know that it would matter to me.
We didn't, the offer was made at a level that does not presume that he was warned. It would be a more significant offense if he had been expressly warned. The reason it's, although it is 2,000 instead of 1,500.
He was previously given a verbal warning about the food on July 20.
That's what our report says, yes. He's
Right.
saying, I guess he's disputing that. But he's also
Oh, I see.
agreed to a CNC of 2,000.
Wait, so on October 20th, he received a call from the SLA about karaoke at the bar. Roger explains what we were doing and how it was set up and distancing and seated in the person's. The SLA representative said it was fine as an issue of contest. I mean, our representatives are aware that karaoke is not illegal, so I find hard to believe that conversation went the way this guy's saying it.
I mean, it looks like we did send a letter of advice out.
No, but that's after the phone call. I mean, so we got a phone call and a letter of advice.
Right.
So the letter of advice would indicate that we told them no, that the karaoke wasn't legit, or at a minimum that your food wasn't legit. So I'm going to treat it like it got a warning.
I think.
We're not calling unless we got a complaint about a place.
Correct.
All right then, Commissioner Fan.
2,007.
Commissioner Ford.
1,000 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
The next item, 1321, Sally Cook, conditional no contest offer of $1,500.
Just a employee face mask issue again.
Yeah, this is two charges related to COVID violations of the executive order. The observations are a bartender without a face mask. They've been open since 2001, no history since 2014.
Given the clean history, I'm going to propose we lower this to 1,000.
Commissioner Ford,
1,000.
1,000.
I'll go to 1,000 as well.
Chairman Bradley.
1,000.
Next item, 1322, it's ILGT LLC. This is a conditional no contest offer of $10,000 for a location that's been summarily suspended since July 29th.
These are 4 charges related to executive order violations on July 24th of this year. The place is open in September of 2012, no adverse history. They were on the date of the violations, they were the observations were 12 patrons standing at the outside bar consuming beverages. As there were no available tables, they were waiting and staff continued to serve and allow the purchase of beverages without any food in glasses and bottles without lids or straws. 3 employees were also observed not wearing face masks as required.
Yes, and we have a letter of mitigation, which I might rename a letter of aggravation, because the owner simultaneously says that we don't deny that mistakes were made, but then claims that the people who were standing outside of his place probably gravitated from some other nearby location. When our report,
That wouldn't let them stand in front.
right, when our report says that our investigator observed people who were waiting to be seated being served with glasses of alcoholic beverages from this premises. And the letter also says that the rules were confusing and that even the lawyers did not understand.
So let's be clear, because we get this, I'm getting this a lot. It's not confusing that your employees have to wear face masks. It's not confusing that you can't have 12 people drinking in front of your restaurant without face masks. Hey,
It's been illegal to have anybody standing and drinking anywhere in New York State since March 16th. That has not changed. And I can understand the instinct to want to say, oh, this has all been so confusing, as a way of purporting to mitigate the problem. But when someone says that, all they're doing is sending a message that they don't get it. They don't get that the purpose of a letter of mitigation is to try to impress upon the board that they can be trusted to follow the law in the future, which is really all we're concerned about here. We want to make sure that people follow the law going forward so that people don't get sick and die.
and that they can all stay open.
Right. In any event, it's a
So with that-
$10,000 offer.
With that, Commissioner Pham,
I will accept 10,000.
Commissioner Ford,
I was willing to go to 5,000 based on their lack of adverse history. So, and it's all one day. I would go to 5,000.
all right. Chairman Bradley,
10,000.
next item, 1323, YWT Corp. It's a conditional no contest offer of $1,500. The license was surrendered back in August.
4 charges related to violations of the executive orders. The license, hold on a second. The license was issued in 2013, but appears to have been surrendered.
It was
Yes.
surrendered on August 18th.
And
All
then
right.
the CNC delivered after that, apparently.
Okay, so the observations related to 12 people outside standing at a bar consuming drinks, and also 3 employees without face masks. So I assume if they don't pay the $1,500, we just take the bond?
No, well, it would be a suspension and a bond claim, and we have the new advisory on this agenda, which I think already covers this. If we can't impose the suspension, it would be a cancellation if they don't pay.
Okay. All right, so I'll accept.
Commissioner Fan,
I'll accept, thank you.
Commissioner Ford,
I'll accept.
next item, 1324, Times Remembered Catered Events, Inc. This is a $2,000 CNC.
This is 2 executive order violations in May of 2020, early on. The license was issued in 2009. There is some adverse history, but I wouldn't call it significant. They got it looks like a $500 fine for an extension of premises and failure to comply in January of 2017. The observations here were 30 people congregating in a parking lot just outside the premise. It appeared to be a group of motorcyclists eating and drinking. They converted the parking lot basically into an on-premise tavern illegally. So I wouldn't call it the most egregious.
All right then, Commissioner Fan,
I will accept 2,000.
Commissioner Ford,
2,000 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Except.
Next item, 1325. This is a request for reconsideration brought first by licensing because of a direction by the full board, but I believe there's also a request from the licensee for reconsideration. It's a alteration application.
So this we denied because there was a pending charge, because the pending charge related to this alteration of the premises. They were using the alteration before permitted by the SLA, although they had apparently applied for the alteration when they started using it based on the representations and when we got the application, correct, Adam?
That's correct. The application was dated April 2nd. We stamped it as being received the next day on the 3rd.
Which doesn't excuse the use of the premises. The current
Just to clarify, the request for the alteration was to use it as floor space. The violation was they were using it essentially as storage and where they were warehousing, which was without a warehouse permit either. Right.
Was
which
this,
would be the only thing we could charge them with.
was this the
So
step loading up trucks? Was this the one
No,
where
they rented the room next. They rented the premises next door to their store.
yeah,
They signed a lease for it right in the beginning of. Well, I shouldn't say the beginning, but in April, during the right when the pandemic was, really getting heavy, and
Right.
they did that to based on their representations to utilize that extra space for pickups and deliveries of alcohol. This is a liquor store.
Yes.
They also, from what our investigator observed, also were putting boxes in there as well. Our investigator went up there 3 days in a row, I believe it's at least 3 days in a row, and told them that they were not authorized to use this space. They continued using it anyway, although their lawyer does indicate that after the 3rd visit, they did stop using it until it was approved, which I don't think we have any way of disproving that. The current square footage is 5,154 square feet. They want to add 7,850 square feet to that. That would make the total 13,904 square feet, and the retail space would be 12,950 square feet. There is one protest from one of the 4 closest stores who they don't even get notified on these alterations, but he obviously found out about it. somehow. And he is basically arguing that there's no need for this expansion. Gary, do you want to talk about what the legal standard is here?
Yes, well, I think there's some lack of clarity in the law as to whether or not the public convenience and advantage standard would apply because it's an alteration application, although the board has regularly considered square footage in its analysis of new applications for package stores. So given that, in an abundance of caution, the more rigorous standard, I believe, is the one that we should attempt to apply here. As opposed to a, I guess, good cause standard for a regular alteration application.
The protesting liquor store is 1.4 miles away. And there are the closest store is 0.5 miles away. And there are 4 stores within under 2 miles.
Right. I would also state that it's fairly obvious, given the revenues of this location and its business model as a discount volume retailer, that this is a version of a destination store as opposed to just a community liquor store.
And has been.
And essentially, because I've actually been there, it's in a mall and there's with doors to the outside. It's not an interior mall, and it's just the store next to it became available, and they want to expand in there. And they were using it as a staging area to give patrons, and are still using it, give patrons the ability to drive up and have alcohol that they've ordered online placed into their car without having to go inside the premises, based on, I guess, a desire to
Socially distant.
allow people with social distance.
Okay, Tom.
All right then, Commissioner Fan.
Well, wait, before you get going, they do have some adverse history, but it's not.
It's not recent.
Yeah, it's not recent.
Other than the charges they just settled for the warehousing violation, which we
Right.
took a CNC of, I think it was $10,000 for that.
Yes.
Chairman and Gary, can I refer your attention to the protest letter in the third paragraph?
Let me
I
pull
have
it
some
up.
questions.
Okay, go ahead.
I just have some concerns about what is described here and what that actually means. Is something that we should go off the record. And
Hold on, let me pull
What paragraph are you talking about?
the third paragraph in the protest email,
This is the May 6th letter you're referring to?
no, I'm referring to the September 25 email. That is the last page of the supplemental.
Must be supplemental.
Right. All right. All right, well, if you have a
Hold on,
question,
let me see. I don't know what it is. Oh, go ahead. Tell her what
if you have a specific question about this that might involve the delivery of legal advice, we need to go off the record and have a private conversation about it.
Okay, I just want to understand what that's about if you guys have any information.
Okay, well, that's not a legal advice question. The complaint is that Empire somehow has wholesalers doing, because I've seen.
Let's
this
go off.
complaint
Let's
before.
go off
Let's
the
go
record.
off the record.
Yeah. Tom, can we take a 10-minute break and we'll have her call us?
All right, let me patch
we're
you
gonna
in. Commissioner Ford, let me patch you in and then call together. How's that?
Okay.
All right, so we're going to take a brief recess while the members have a conference with counsel on a legal matter. All right, please mute your line.
Hey, Jose, it's Lily Fan calling. Hi, so I ordered food, and I'm on an online meeting where I'm being broadcasted. So if you call me for the food, I may not pick up, but I'll call you when I have my next break. Okay.
¿Ayúdame por el o?
Yeah, well, when the food comes, the thing is I can't get up because I'm on camera. But if it comes, you ring me, I will know that it's here, and I will call you immediately when I get on the break.
Or you want me to send a text?
No, yeah, you can send me a text. That's cool.
Okay,
All right, cool. Thanks, Jose. Bye.
no problem. You will.
Hey, you just made me hungry.
Oops.
Now I'm hungry.
I'm busy taking the kids to school. I didn't eat anything so far today.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, I was, I
Just
mean,
told everybody I ordered food.
that's all right.
Hi, world.
I don't think we're on right now, though. I don't know. Who knows?
I think we're being broadcasted right now. When he puts up that note, I think we're
Well, what did you order? So we were all coming over to your house. Huh?
sandwich. There's a place called Joe and the Juice that has like really good sandwiches that are kind of flat. I love them.
Yeah. My doctors told me cut down on the carbs and the sugars from them and stuff. So I've had to pretty much give up sandwiches, and it's painful because that's my favorite food. I love sandwiches, pasta, potatoes. So I'll go as long as I can. I'm going back to mute until we go back on.
Tom, are we on yet?
Yeah, we have to be if she's on.
All right, hold on just for a second. So
No, don't put us on. I want to talk.
No, we are on.
hold on. Hold on for a second. Mute your line. All right, but I'm gonna have you call back in again because there's still a problem when I'm taking you out of the lobby to put the video is not connecting to the live stream. So I'm gonna have Paula come down to, or Adam, do you have the number?
Yeah, I can do it, Tom. We're all good.
All right, so if you could just, but other than that, understand, you can't talk among yourselves in this conference and not be, part of the recording.
I know. I wanted to talk to one of the other commissioners.
All right, should I just send her?
All right, well, that has to be
We'll send-
done, that has to be
All
done
right, no problem.
separate from this meeting.
Okay.
If you can
We're gonna
disconnect.
call. We're gonna call back in.
Yes.
I need every morsel.
Did you get that email from Amanda? Adam?
This morning?
Amanda Smith.
Chairman, your mics are on there.
Set your cone.
Our mics are on.
Okay.
Do you have us, Tom?
And just hold on for a second, please. Commissioners Fan and Commissioners Ford, are you with us?
I'm here.
Commissioner Fan?
Yes.
All right, so after a brief conference with council and a few other things, we are back on the record. We are still dealing with item 1325, which is Empire Wine and Spirits LLC, their request for reconsideration regarding the alteration application. Are we ready to proceed with a vote, or do we still have discussions and or questions?
I'm ready.
All right then, Commissioner Fan?
Okay. I'll vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford?
You know, I'm intimately familiar with this area. I have an office right down the street on Central Ave. It's an incredibly busy retail area. This place is in a Target Plaza. It's right across the street from Colony Mall, which is a city in and of itself. The closest store, which did they not respond? Was that the one that didn't respond? Yeah. They're on the other side of 87, right near the entrance ramp to the to 87 South going to the thruway. So I don't think anybody would want to fight all that traffic to get all the way on the other side to get into a Target Plaza and all that kind of stuff. So I know this kind of greatly expands their footprint, but knowing how busy that area is and the amount of traffic and everything else, I'm going to vote to approve as well.
Yeah, just for the record, the fact that someone did not respond is not a surprise because this is an alteration application and thus formal notice didn't go out to the closest stores. Is that right, Adam?
That's correct. We normally do not send out on alterations.
Not to dispute anything else you said, Commissioner Ford, but that's the case with respect to why someone may not have responded.
Right. So I vote to
That should change.
Chairman Ford, Commissioner Ford, you're still voting to approve, correct?
absolutely, yes.
Chairman Bradley?
I vote to approve as well on the same ground.
The next item, 1326, 143 Montague Street Corp. This is a $1,500 conditional no contest offer.
3 violations related to executive orders. License was issued in August of 2020. So literally 19 days before they violated the executive orders. There's obviously no adverse history. The observations relate to a waiter without masks and people eating inside the premises when indoor dining was not permitted.
All right, Commissioner Fan?
1,500 accept.
Commissioner Ford?
1,500 accept.
Chairman Bradley?
Accept.
The next item, 1327, it's Casa Rubio Restaurant, Inc. This is a conditional no contest offer of $20,000, 12 a.m. closing, and background music only. The license was merely suspended on September 9th.
So this is 17 charges, all on September 3rd of 2020. Many are executive order violations, but many are not executive order violations, including failure to conform to the application, failure to comply on licensed security guards, actually 2 charges of failure to conform to the application, And then
Fire safety,
fire safety and
hookah, illegal hookah, failure to display the license or the warning signs.
the executive order violations involve the use of the rear of the premise, which was enclosed on 3 sides with a roof. There were 27 patrons seated inside this addition, I guess you could call it. The investigator counted the individuals inside. Additionally, there were at least 30 people seated in an outdoor area. The patrons in the outdoor area were seated side by side and back to back, which did not allow for social distancing. They also found dining indoors.
Dining indoors was the structure in the back. Also, there was people online in front, not socially distanced.
With and without masks on. The pictures involved in this were pretty egregious, and they were also using hookah, nicotine hookah as well, which is obviously illegal. They did not have a permit.
All right, with that, Commissioner Fenn,
Hold on. There does not appear to be any adverse history since 2012. They had a DJ that was not allowed. They had unlicensed security guards, and I already mentioned the hookah. Okay, Tom.
Commissioner Fan,
I'm gonna wait for 20,000, 12:30 close and background music only.
Commissioner Ford,
This is a restaurant?
Tavern.
Yeah, I was at 20,000, 12 a.m. was in background music only as well.
Chairman Bradley,
I was at 40. But 40, 12 a.m. close and background music. So
No
read it
thanks.
again, Tom. What is it? 20?
20, you're accepting the offer. The only change is that it's gonna be 12:30 instead of 12 a.m.
12:30 a.m. and background music. Okay. I mean, that outside area is illegal, isn't it? Should we make sure that's fixed or not? Or
I
do we
think
care?
they said they did.
They did?
I
Okay.
think they said, but
That's fine. All right. Thanks.
The next item, 1328, McLaughlin's Bar, Inc. It's a no contest plea.
This is 3 charges related to violations of the executive order. The license was issued in 1992. They have adverse history from 2016, a disorderly premise, which they paid $750 for, and that appears to be it, at least recently. These violations occurred on 2 separate dates. On July 18, it was people inside at the bar drinking, and on which they were permitted to do on that date because it's no, they weren't. It's Queens. And then on August 1st, they saw individual without mask.
one employee.
All right, with that, Commissioner Fan,
I'm at 2,500.
Commissioner Ford,
Because of their longevity, I was at 1,500.
Chairman Bradley,
2,500.
next items, 1329, 1330. Pyramid Hookah and Bar LLC. This is a request for reconsideration. There was a $20,000 civil penalty with 11 p.m. closing and no music that was rejected by the full board, which issued a counteroffer, cancellation, and bond claim. The licensee is requesting reconsideration of the counteroffer and suggesting $50,000, 11 p.m. closing, and no music. The summary
So
suspension has been in effect since August 9th.
This is 2 separate proceedings. One is the first proceeding is related to violations of the executive orders. The second proceeding is a sale to minor in January of 2020, unrelated to the executive orders. The license was issued in 2014. Since that time, it has an extensive adverse history. Looks like it's paid 11, 12,
41,000.
41,000 in since January of 2016.
Yes, this is also, the proceeding involves the third sale to minor in the last 5 years. Although the last fine in 2019 was a $9,000 fine, so I guess there was probably a sale to minor just outside of 5 years, or within 5 years of that date.
The executive order violations involve 12 patrons standing on the sidewalk consuming beverages, smoking hookah, not wearing masks, and not social distancing. And then inadequate supervision. And the sale to minor was a 19-year-old police agent.
In the reconsideration letter, in addition to raising the offer from $20,000 to $50,000, the licensee's representative claims that the licensee has recent health issues and blames the recent conduct on the licensee's health. The letter does not discuss whether those health conditions stretch all the way back to this extensive adverse history that prompted $40,000 in fines before the current charges.
Okay.
Tom, do we still have everybody?
You're muted.
Commissioner Ford, we lost your video.
I'm here. Can you give me just like 2 minutes,
There we go.
please?
You're back.
Can you give me just about 2 minutes, please?
All right. I'm going to mute everyone's lines from here. I think I can do that. All right.
I'm back, Tom. Sorry about that.
Commissioner Fan, just let me know when you're back.
I'm here.
All right, there we go. All right, then. So we are back on the record. This is with items 1329, 1330, Pyramid Hookah and Bar LLC. We're going to proceed to the vote. Commissioner Fan,
I'm gonna set 50,000, 12:30 close and no movement.
okay. Commissioner Ford,
I will accept 50,000 as well, although I really feel like we're just taking their money. But I'm going to accept 50,000, closing at 12:30. What music did you say, Commissioner Fan?
No music.
No music, and no music.
That's just an acceptance.
What's that?
Yes, accept the counter, the CNC, yes. Chairman Bradley?
I'm a cancel and bond, and most of that is because I probably would have canceled and bond even without the COVID violations, given that history here.
All right, the next items, 13, 31, 32, and 33. This is Juicy Box Bar LLC. It's a conditional no contest offer, $15,000 plus time and music conditions. License was summarily suspended on August 8th, 2020. Chairman, you're recused from this matter.
Heartbreaker.
You want to summarize it?
Yes, there are 3 proceedings here. The licensee has no adverse history, been open. License issued in December of 2018, so less than 2 years. The first proceeding concerns pre-COVID conduct, a health regulations charge for no smoking sign, local regulations CPR kit, books and records, and unlicensed security guards. The second proceeding is also pre-COVID. To be honest, a March operation that turned over some minor charges for a March operation. Just the signs and the security guards failing to conform to the application. And then the COVID related charges are on August 7th. There were 30 people under a tent in employees with no masks, fireworks inside, fire extinguishers, nicotine hookah, a sustained pattern of noise charge based on noise observed and complaints of the prior. $15,000 offer. I'm not sure what time the music conditions are, but I guess they're the usual ones.
So, just so you know, the attorney's letter just says time and music conditions. That's all it says. I just double checked the prosecutor in his memo.
I think what he's doing is basically recognizing that we're putting time and music conditions on it, and he's willing to accept what they are.
That's my understanding too.
Not that I'll be doing it, I won't. But
My understanding as well, even though the chairman is recused.
Commissioner Fan?
Gary, do you have a sense why in the third precinct there are no actual EO charges, or is it just the way they framed it in this summary? It looks like in the description there are EO charges, but it's not listed as such.
The failure to comply local regulations was the formulation we moved before we added new EO charges to our system. So if you look at the notice, of pleading, these charges will have a parenthetical that explains what EO was violated. When we were doing that so routinely, we then changed our system, which is no small task, by the way.
Welcome to state government. August 8th.
Thank you.
This suspended 15,000 I believe is low, but but it's been suspended since August. I'm gonna accept 15,000 with 12:30 close and background music only.
I was going to counter 20, but Commissioner Fan convinced me that it's credit for time served, so I'll accept it. 12:30, and what did you say for music, Commissioner Fan?
Background music only.
Background only. Okay.
The next item is 1334, Cats on the Bay, Inc. This is a no contest plea.
These
So-
are two executive order violations on 7/24/20. Employee with face mask pulled down, and they had a prior warning of this behavior on July 2nd. They have minimal adverse history. They've been licensed since 2013.
All right, Commissioner Fan?
Um, 1,000.
Commissioner Ford?
I'm at 1,500 because they were warned.
Chairman Bradley?
1,500.
Next item is 1334A. This is Cacciatore. It's a package store application that was held over from our last meeting. I believe we would check to see if the fourth closest store was still in operation.
Can we do that?
We did.
Yeah.
And Commissioner Ford, I don't know if you want to talk more
Yeah.
about.
Oh, he went and did it?
This is in Ilion. And I drove down to take a look at it. This store, the closest store, which did not, hang on a second, let me just go to my other notes here. The closest store did not send in a request, which I would have thought that they would. You would notify them. The new location, which is right on the main drag in Ilion, has a sign out in front of the building. It's a standalone building. It already has a sign in front of it for the new name. It's empty, but the sign is out there. Existing stores right next to, it's on a little side street that literally abuts Remington Arms,
What's he talking about? Their club?
which is a pretty big deal up here right now because it's going through bankruptcy. And I kind of think that this store, most of their business is Remington Arms. But as far as looking at public convenience and advantage, I think this new store would serve it much better because it's right on the main traffic drag.
Right,
So-
just for the record, I did confirm additionally that the fourth closest store is in operation still.
It is in operation.
That is correct. Is
Well,
operating.
This store that I was looking at is the one that's the closest one.
I apologize, the closest store is still operating.
Yes. So, the store in Herkimer, that's irrelevant. That's a long ways away. The store is 10.3 miles. The store that's on Bleecker Street in Utica, that's almost 10 miles away. That's irrelevant. The one in Herkimer, that's a couple miles away, different community, that's irrelevant. So the only one that was really relevant to me is the one that is in Ilion. And that's the one we wanted to confirm was still open because it didn't respond. So with all that being said, I'm going to vote for this new store because I think it definitely serves public convenience and advantage to the citizens of Ilion.
All right, Commissioner Fan?
I vote to approve as well. Thank you.
Chairman Bradley?
I'll vote to approve.
Next item, 1334B. It's Wolf's Beer Garden Schenectady, Inc. It's a conditional no contest offer, $10,000. Licensee will train all the employees regarding compliance with rules and guidelines associated with the pandemic.
So this is 5 charges related to executive order violations. The license was granted in 2014. There was one sale to minor in 2017. This licensee actually owns 3 of these types of places, Adam?
Multiple establishments, yes.
Of similar operation in the Capital District. The executive order violations were observed. The executive order violations that were observed were 40 patrons standing basically elbow to elbow at a bar, 13 people standing while drinking, at least 3 people standing without masks regularly while they were while the place was under observation. So they were there for a number of minutes, and at consistently during that period of time they were there were at least three people standing without masks. They were selling alcohol without food, and they had an employee without masks as well. I don't believe his other licenses have been violated at all, have they, during the period of time?
He was verbally warned at one of his other locations, the principal,
Okay,
before these events,
okay.
but I don't believe we charged him.
So all in all, I think that they are certainly at this point making the effort. This is a beer garden, as its name would imply, so it is, he's got a tough job ahead of him, and I think at this point they will be doing everything they can do to comply.
All right, with that, Commissioner Fan.
I'm gonna accept 10,000.
And all the other stuff too?
Or that- He's just saying he's gonna retrain his people.
Well, I know, but we gotta make that a condition.
Condition?
Yeah.
All right, make it a condition.
So Commissioner Fan, you're
Okay.
accepting the offer then, right? Commissioner Ford,
I'm accepting the offer as well.
Chairman Bradley.
I'll accept.
Item 1334C, 49-14 Worldwide Inc. This is a conditional offer of $30,000. 12 a.m. closing beginning 9:30. An incidental background music only. The location's been suspended since August 21st.
So this is 12 charges, most of which were related to executive order violations, although there was a disorderly premises for marijuana. There was smoking, I believe, the marijuana on the premises, failure to comply block exits, pre-mixing, as well as a couple of failure to complies unrelated to the executive order. I think they were fire extinguishers and things of that nature. The executive order violations were related to security without masks. The security actually tried to stop the investigators from entering the premise. You had employees without face masks. You also had a manager without face masks. There were 33 people under a tarp in the back behind the premises smoking marijuana and hookah without permit for the hookah. It is a gentleman's club. I don't believe there were any exotic dancing going
We
on.
have no allegations of exotic dancing violations, which is still illegal in New York State.
Is this a restaurant item?
No.
Adult
Are
club.
they-
License, nightclub.
In the mitigation letter, the owner, who I guess was open for a month before things were shut down,
Yeah, 6/30/2020, they got their license.
but he claims to have been open, I guess, was he on a permit back in, he must have been. Claims he's had a hard time trying to transform this place and that he's had rampant issues with people trying to smuggle marijuana onto the premises, for which he hired many security guards. But now, I mean, his explanation for why there was marijuana in the back is that he can't afford or doesn't have as many security guards now. So he blames that on his customers.
Well, I got a solution for that. You can't control the customers, then we shouldn't have any.
Right.
And yes, Gary, they were operating on a temporary retail permit initially for 3 months from February of 2020 till May, and it was not renewed.
He's basically hoping to open up an adult entertainment venue here. And while he's temporarily trying to run a tavern style environment, he's got a essentially secret room in the back with 33 people
Openly smoking pot.
inside smoking pot and hookah, and his bouncers and somebody inside showing consciousness of guilt made it difficult for our investigators to enter and then try to warn the people in the back.
Which would show a level of knowledge that he's denying.
All right, so with that then, Commissioner Fan,
I I have the same doubts as Chairman and Council that this licensee can be relied upon to run these premises as a cafe, as he stated. I'm looking at the menu he submitted for the cafe, and it's largely insufficient, and I don't think that many people will go and eat at this cafe as it's being presented right now.
He's saying he had surgery that day, right?
That is what he said.
He was.
I don't know. But then he acknowledged that it's impossible for him to keep the marijuana out of the club, so I don't know why it would be our concern. I get that's unfortunate he had surgery, but I don't know how much that has to do with this. Based on the explanation by the investigator, it's clear that the tarp was not put up that day.
Counter attends on bond.
All right then, Commissioner Ford,
Yeah, I will cancel bond as well.
Chairman Bradley.
Cancel and bond.
Next item, 1334D and 1334E. It's 542 Taco LLC. This is a conditional offer of $15,000, 11 p.m. closing, and only background recorded music. Commissioner Fan, you recused yourself on the summary suspension that was issued back on September 4th.
So this is two proceedings. They're both COVID-related executive order violations. The first was on July 28th, 2020. The second was on September 2nd, 2020. The license was issued in 2016. There's no adverse history. The first executive order violation in July related to indoor dining, and the second related to no masks, as well as no enforcement of social distancing. Anything else, Karen?
Just that the investigators returned after finding the condition, put your masks on. They went back 3 times and the masks were off again.
Oh, they told them.
Yeah. So, I will say this, the mitigation letter is a real mitigation letter. Apparently, this is a place that's got several sister restaurants. The owners were relying on the manager, who admitted to them to having lax enforcement. They fired the manager, and they are now assuming operational control of the place themselves.
They fired the bartender too.
All right, Tom.
I'm sorry, was this, I don't know if you mentioned this, Commissioner Fan, are you recused from this one?
Yeah, she did.
Yeah, okay. I thought so.
Commissioner Ford.
I was willing to go down to 10,000 because of the mitigation letter. As counsel said, it is a true mitigation letter, and he has taken action. No history, so I was willing to go down to 10,000.
All right, 10,000, 12:30 closing and recorded background music only.
And Commissioner Ford, you're doing those conditions as well, not just the 10,000, right?
Yes.
All right, the next item. Right, 1334F, 1334G. This is Elements Wine and Liquor, Inc. This is a request for reconsideration. So with respect to the first proceeding, that matter went to hearing. Charges 1, 2, 3, and 5 were sustained. There was a penalty of cancellation and bond imposed. With respect to the second proceeding, that matter went to hearing. You have not yet seen the ALJ's report. It has not been submitted to you. However, it's been shared with the prosecutor and with the attorney.
You have it.
But it hasn't been submitted for you to decide anything yet, to decide whether or not you're sustaining the charges or not. But the judge did recommend sustaining all the charges. So the matter now is before you to request reconsideration on the original cancellation of bond claim on the first proceeding and consider a global resolution of the two charges of $45,000.
And I'll let you do it. And are we supposed to sustain the second proceeding charges as well?
No. This is the proposal on reconsideration is a CNC. So it would be the first four charges,
Oh,
which
I got it. Okay, I got it. Go ahead. Drew.
Just for the record, the reason we're doing it in this order is because after this cancellation on the first proceeding, the licensee filed a lawsuit, which is pending in court, which challenges that there was substantial evidence in support of the charges, and also challenges the penalty as being too severe. That lawsuit is pending, and it relates to conduct that took place in 2017. In connection with attempting to resolve that matter, I learned that a second hearing took place that had not yet come to the board on these for sale to minor charges and was in the pipeline. So the licensee, I suppose appropriately said, I don't want to enter into a resolution unless that's folded in. And that's why the matter, the second proceeding hearing hasn't come to you formally, but is now being considered here. And in connection with recommending this settlement to you, we would be resolving these four charges. While they were sustained in there on 4 different dates, those charges were not sequential, meaning there was no notice in between them. There were 4 separate undisclosed visits that resulted in sales to minors. And I would also note that since 2017, which is the date on which all of this conduct took place, we have no this liquor store has been in business, and we have no further disciplinary history from that. Also represented in the package is that the licensee is selling the business, and in connection with that sale would then pay the penalty and then turn over the license in a transfer to the incoming purchaser.
And if the matter is not resolved today, then the charges in the second proceeding would be coming back to you anyway with the ALJ's report.
Correct.
So with all that, Commissioner Fan? Okay.
And we'll litigate the case.
So what you're asking us to do or not do is decide whether we're going to reconsider the cancel and bond fine that we imposed and send it back to counsel's office to try to work out.
No.
We have a settlement.
Oh, so we're looking to get the settlement. Okay.
We're going to. They've made a $45,000 offer to settle both cases if the matter that was resulted in cancel and bond is reconsidered.
Okay. Good.
All right, Commissioner Fan?
I'll accept.
Commissioner Ford?
So I'm agreeing to reconsideration and accept the $45,000.
Yeah, reconsideration of the cancellation and then the global offer to 45,000.
Yes.
All right. Chairman Bradley?
Can I have a minute with counsel? We'll just go mute for a minute.
Sure thing. I asked
I'm
Commissioner
going to
Fan.
take 2 minutes, Tom.
Okay, I'm going to mute everybody's lines then.
Thank you, Tom.
All right, we're just waiting for Chairman Bradley to return to the conference room. All right, Commissioner Ford, are you with us?
I'm back.
All right, then. We were considering items 1334F and 1334G. We then took a brief recess for the chairman to discuss the legal issue with counsel, and then that led into a brief recess in general. So we're back on the record now with that matter. And I think we're with Chairman Bradley for his vote. And you guys are muted.
Off and on.
You're on now. Go ahead.
All right, so I'm going to vote to grant the reconsideration, accept the offer. But I also am going to ask licensing to make sure that the new application comes before the full board when it is on for final approval, to make sure that this sale was above board.
All right, then the next items, 1334H and 1334I. Good Vision Taste Inc. This is also a request for reconsideration. Back on the September 2nd, the full board rejected the licensee offer $25,000 with an 11 p.m. closing of no music. There was a counteroffer of cancellation and bond claim. Licensee is now requesting reconsideration of that counteroffer and is suggesting $40,000, 11 p.m. closing, and minimal background music. The summary suspension has been in effect since August 5th.
So this is two proceedings. First is COVID-related 7/28/20 of 2020, and the second proceeding is COVID-related on 7/24/20, 4 days earlier. And there's also a police focal point charge. This is relatively egregious. It was 150 to 200 people inside the premises at 1:30 a.m. when no one was allowed inside premises because there was no indoor dining. That's on the 28th, I think, or the 24th.
I think that's on the 24th, but I'm not sure.
There was also a DJ blasting music.
24th.
And it would, so the 200 people were, 150 to 200 people was the 24th. They have adverse history, disorderly premises on 2 dates in 2018, failure to conform to application and purchase from unauthorized source in 2018 as well, or I'm sorry, 2019. They've been open since 2013. Since 2018, they paid $17,500 in fines.
I just want to put on the record, they are licensed as a restaurant.
This was a street party that the NYPD was forced to break up. The investigative reports indicate that sidewalks were blocked. This was out of hand. It's clearly not operating as a restaurant on the date that the NYPD was there.
Officers said that they've been responding to this location on every Thursday to Sunday. Doesn't say for how long, but.
Right, and that was the basis for the focal point charge. In the mitigation letter, the licensee admits he, quote, let things get out of control, end quote.
Right.
And he claims that he's concerned that if he doesn't get his liquor license back, he might have to close. But I think that kind of misses the point. The question is whether or not he's capable of operating a location consistent with his license in this environment.
All right, so with that, Commissioner Fan?
To answer council's question, I would say that given that we have information from the PD saying that they have sat down with the licensee and actually told them that this is not okay and it's been ongoing for multiple weeks, I vote to not reconsider this decision.
Commissioner Ford?
I'm going to vote to deny reconsideration as well.
Chairman Bradley?
I will do the same.
Next items, 1334J, K, L, and M. El Pazzi Cafe, Inc. This is another request for reconsideration. Back on the 2nd, you denied the licensee C&C of $25,000, 11 p.m. and no music, and you countered with a offer of cancellation and bond claim. Licensee is asking for reconsideration and suggesting $40,000, 12:30 a.m. closing, no music. The place has been summarily suspended since July 27th.
So there's 4 proceedings here. Some are COVID related or executive order related, some are not. The first proceeding is a disorderly premise on January of 2019, obviously not related to COVID. The second proceeding is January 31st of 2020, was basically allowing customers to smoke hookah without a permit, also non-COVID related. Third proceeding is COVID related. It's 3 dates, 6/10, 6/21, and 6/27. All various violations of executive orders, and then the summary suspension resulted after similar behavior on July 18th, which is the 4th proceeding. So we have 4 dates of executive order violations. They do have a letter of support from the local senator. Although I don't know, do you guys have that?
Yeah, it was put on.
Supplemental?
Yeah, it's a supplemental. Hold on a sec.
Senator or assembly person?
Senator.
It was not initially included in the materials, but we put it back. The secretary was good enough to put it on a bit later. So hold on.
I mean, this is one of those places that I question whether they have the ability to comply. It is supposed to be a restaurant item, and it's clearly not operating as that.
That's correct. They are licensed as a restaurant.
Do they have a DJ?
When they were originally licensed, that was not one of the questions that we had asked.
They do have a adverse history, although it's not that significant. They have a sale to minor in 2018, and a failure to comply local regulations in 2017.
The letter is from Senator Ramos, Jessica Ramos, and it is dated September 23rd.
I don't see that. We don't have that. I don't anyway.
It's in the
It was-
system, Commissioner Ford.
It wasn't up, but it is now up. There's also a letter from a
A customer.
customer, two customers.
The disorderly premise was a stabbing in January of 2019. All of the executive orders were after warnings. from
Commissioner
them.
Ford, if you need me to, I can read the letter. It's not that long. Into the record.
It's not on the drive. Looking at the supplement.
It is.
It
It's about halfway through the supplemental, page 4 of 7.
I mean, 4 dates. They were warned every date.
Hang on a second. You said page 4?
Page 4 of 7 in the supplemental.
Yeah, would you just read it to me? Because I can't find it.
Dear Commissioners and Chairman, I'm submitting a letter in support of Ms. Luz A. Valencia and her business El Paisa Cafe located in Northern Boulevard. Ms. Valencia's business is in my district, and I believe her to be a credible member of the community. She has been operating her establishment for over 10 years and has demonstrated an exemplary history with the New York State Liquor Authority for the site in my district. I've spoken to Ms. Valencia, and she has demonstrated a commitment toward providing COVID-19 safeguards and protocols for her employees and customers, including but not limited to signage, PPE products, training, physical partitions, and social distancing. Additionally, she will ensure food purchases with all liquor sales pursuant to the SLA guidelines. She'll be present during all open hours and will have supervisors that can adhere and enforce social distancing guidelines in case of absence. Ms. Valencia's business provides a reliable source of income and stability to many of our constituents in our community. Any disruptions to her business would have a negative impact on our district's local economy. If you should need more further information, please do not hesitate to contact Michelle Munoz from my office with contact information. That's from Senator Ramos. And then there are 2 short letters from people who are customers and know her.
Okay.
And vouch for her.
All right. Thank
I would note that, for what it's worth, the senator does not comment at all on how it is that somebody so committed to following the executive orders could have her place found to be in violation of them on 5 or 6 separate occasions. I'm sorry, 4 separate occasions.
Probably does not know. I'm guessing was not given that information.
With that then, Commissioner Fan, are you ready to vote?
Yes, and I just want to make note that there was a video submitted showing the spontaneous incident relating to the disorderly. Is that right?
I believe there was a video submitted. Yes, this is one of the charges to which they've agreed to include in the CNC, the disorderly premises charge. And they did submit a video in connection with it.
Have you seen the video, Counsel?
I did not watch the video myself. What I can say is that on this record, the video I would assume would be one part of the evidence that would be heard at a hearing on this charge if it went to hearing. And I am not aware of what the other evidence is. All I know about it is that it was included in the CNC offer. The charge was.
All right. Given that the adverse history is limited, I'm going to vote for a second chance here. 40,000, 12 a.m. close, and no music.
Commissioner Ford,
I'll grant reconsideration, accept $40,000, 12:30 a.m. closing, no music as well.
thank you. Chairman Bradley,
I was canceling bond. What was it? 40,000?
12:30 a.m. closing and no music.
The next item is 1334N, O, and P, St. Diffmus LLC. This is a conditional no contest offer, $15,000 plus open restaurants area to close at 11 p.m. and interior to close at 12 p.m. nightly, with customary hours of operation restored once the pandemic is over, and incidental ambient background music only. The license has been suspended since August 14th.
That's a long offer. So this is 3 proceedings, all related to executive order violations. The license is August of 2019, was granted. They have no adverse history. And the observations in the first proceeding were that the patrons were congregating outside. They were serving patrons while they were congregating outside in front of the licensed premise. Up and down the street, they were not operating a true takeout service. One of 3 owners was present and warned and stated he was trying to defuse the situation by getting the people to migrate to the park across the street. There were about 30 people on the block. That was in the first proceeding on June 18th. On August 5th, multiple patrons of the establishment purchased drinks from a takeout window and then congregated and consumed them on the sidewalk in front of the premises again. Third proceeding is August 11th. Several tables were situated in the roadway in front of the premises. People were consuming beverages from plastic containers with lids and straws. There were no receipts indicating that anyone was being served food while the alcohol was being served. The investigator looked at the receipts of the establishment.
That's because they bought food with cash and beverages with credit cards, he said.
That's what he said, yes.
Which is what I always do to make sure that my wife, who reads the credit card statements, can't see that I'm eating rather than just drinking.
So the licensee is a twice warned repeat offender and contends that he should be trusted to operate this place in compliance with the law for what would be a fine at the low end of our range for such twice warned repeat offenders.
Is this a restaurant item or is this a tavern? I'm guessing a tavern.
It is indeed a tavern.
Which is what the problem lies.
All right, then if we're ready, Commissioner Fan?
I think this number is low. However, they've been suspended since August 14. So I'm gonna accept 15,000, close at 12:30. Background music only. And the restoration hours, I imagine, would just go with all the rest of the other EO violators that Adam had decided how they handle.
Well, that's a little different than what they're proposing. I think they're proposing an automatic switch.
Their proposal is of terms that the board has not yet accepted in this connection. They're asking for, actually, the first piece of it is consistent with what we're ordering, which is that they could close at 12:30, but they'd be required to close outside at 11 o'clock because that curfew is still in place in New York City for outside service. But the automatic restoration of other conditions on their license is something we have not done. So with what you were saying, Commissioner Fan, that would be a counteroffer.
And just to be clear, we do intend on restoring it, but as council's made clear on several occasions, if there's further violations of any type between now and then, that bet is off.
Well,
Right.
the way the advisory reads, for those who are still watching, and the The advisory would essentially require licensing to restore the prior conditions unless there's discipline, at which point the prior conditions may still be
Right.
restored, but they will have to go to the board to ask the board to do that.
Through a formal process that will be later established, not through a declaration that the pandemic is over and you may return to your normal business
Right,
operations.
but the advisory suggests that when the restrictions on restaurants related to the pandemic are over, these additional COVID-19 period restrictions will be removed.
Yeah, okay. Just remember, we lost Commissioner Ford there for a second. We got him back. All right, so with that, Commissioner Fan, are you accepting the CNC or are you posing some changes to it?
Well, that's now what she said is a counter offer, right, Tom?
I'm just trying to clarify now because she did say she was accepting it, so I want to clarify.
Yes, I'm just not comfortable agreeing to the customary hours of operation restored. I frankly don't know what that is because they don't specify. What is this customary hour of operation, Adam?
It's where they are, 4 o'clock.
Yeah, this would be based on the community board 3 stipulations that they entered into, 10 a.m. to 4 a.m. Across the board.
I mean, I will agree to it just to make it easier, but Adam, I don't know if that makes it easier for you because there's just this one licensing.
No, we're not asking you to agree to it. We're saying if it's gonna be consistent with what we've done with everyone else, that this is really a counter offer, that they're gonna get their hours back the way everybody else is.
Through that formalized
that's what
process. So
Okay.
as proposed right now, it would not be consistent with what our expectation would be for that process going forward. So then, based on that, it would be a counter offer to then suggest that the applicant or licensee do that.
The counter offer would just be the money, and 12 a.m. closing nightly,
Well,
period. And then music.
Okay.
If that's what you want, Commissioner Fan, that's all right.
Yes.
So Commissioner Ford then,
I will agree with that as well.
all right, the counter offer that Commissioner Fan just, okay. Chairman
Yes.
Bradley?
Yeah, I'll do the same thing.
Next item, 1334Q, Long Beach Culinary Concepts LLC. This is a new on-premises liquor license application.
So this was a license application in Long Beach that had a temporary license and was operating and had some violations related to the executive orders, and as a result had that temporary license confiscated. They are now, this is their permanent license, and they're asking for, is this a reconsideration?
It was, so reconsideration was requested and granted. Reconsideration was granted on the basis that the main application come before the members and that the temporary retail permit was not reinstated.
So this is a restaurant with recorded live music, principal to manage with 10 employees, 6 to 8 security personnel. The max occupancy is 207 people. There's 2 floors here, 9 tables with 36 seats, a bar with 13 seats. There's 5 outdoor tables with 20 seats. The application indicates they just want recorded and live music, although the 500-foot public interest statement indicates they want a DJ, which they did not ask for on the application. The ALJ found that there is no public interest because of the representations made by the licensee's representative at the 500-foot hearing, or lack thereof, I should say. They did enter into stipulations with a neighborhood group, and there are 8 licenses within 200 feet of this place. This applicant owns one of those licenses and has got another one application pending for one very close as well, correct?
That's correct. We did receive a letter from the West End Neighborhood Civic Association of Long Beach that the chairman alluded to, indicating that they are in support of the application as long as the stipulations they enter to are agreed upon and approved by the board, as well as an indication that the licensee would know that there is a zero tolerance policy on any future violations.
Now, many of those stipulations speak about the DJ, which they did not ask for in their application, I think.
Also, for the record, the licensee's mitigation letter, he takes credit for getting out in front of his failure to follow the rules by shutting things down before he was served with charges. I don't know how much credit he gets because it was after he was twice caught and knew he had been twice caught violating the executive orders. And having said that, on the other hand, he does own a place across the street. And since the time of those violations, June 18th, we have no issues with his compliance with the executive orders at his licensed location.
Just here.
Just here on June 8th and 18th, when he was on his temp. The point is that he seems to have found a way to comply with the executive orders since these events took place.
Yep.
All right then, Commissioner Fan, are you ready to vote?
Yes. I would vote to approve with all the stipulations agreed upon by the licensee and the West End Neighbors Civics Association of Long Beach, but for all references to DJs within the method of operation as described by the chairman, that it is not part of the actual application. And I will take all the other stipulations regarding operations and security and soundproofing, etc.
Commissioner
DJs,
Ford.
correct?
Say that again?
Sorry, no,
I was clarifying with no DJs.
Yes, no DJs.
Commissioner Ford.
I approved all the conditions as
All right, Chairman Bradley.
Let me just check something. Yeah, I'll approve with the same stipulations as Commissioner Fan pointed out already.
Right then, the next item, 1334R. It's PK Cafe LLC. This is a conditional no contest offer. $15,000, background music only in any outdoor space, and 11 p.m. closing. Its license has been summarily suspended since August 28th.
This is 13 violations, many related to executive order violations. There's also a non-bona fide. These are all on August 27th of this year. Non-bona fide, failure to comply to health regulations, failure to comply unlicensed security guards, refilling, pre-mixing, mislabeled beer taps, failure to comply emergency exit signs, books and records not on premise, and then one all-encompassing failure to supervise. The license was issued in 2015. There's no adverse history. I believe this is a restaurant, Adam?
Yes. No, I'm sorry.
Can't be. If it is, they've got a big problem
Okay, not a restaurant.
because they have no kitchen.
Oh, that's the non-bona fide. Okay, then how do we open it?
Well, I'll explain in a second.
Okay, go ahead.
Let's just find out from that.
No, they are licensed as a bar tavern.
Yeah, no, they explain in their letter that they're really just an alcohol purchasing place where they encourage people to buy food from the neighborhood, although they claim to have been offering empanadas from a place that is nearby, and on the night in question, they didn't have any available and admitted that they hadn't had any since August 16th, which is 11 days. But they now claim that they are going to add veggie dogs to their menu and make sure that they have the other food on hand. So you can go for whatever they're serving in a veggie dog.
And the
I don't
beer.
know if you've ever had a veggie dog. Okay. Also of note is that they were serving outside on the street without applying for a roadway permit from New York City.
Yeah, and the original menu submitted with the application does indicate things like sandwiches, salads, beef patties, veggie patties. So that would have been sufficient at the time.
Well, but they don't have any of that.
They admit that they don't.
Currently, correct. At the time of licensure, that's what they presented to be.
So this is, just for what it's worth, it wasn't a horrible scene out front, although multiple executive orders were violated. And there are additional charges here that would be problematic outside of a COVID-19 scenario that we would certainly want to fine them for at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 other charges that we would value on their own at a significant number.
All right, then with that, Commissioner Fan,
I'm gonna counter it, 20,000, 12:30 a.m. close, background music only.
Commissioner Ford,
I'll counter at 20,000, 12:30, background only as well. Plus, what are we doing about the food situation? They're kind of like not bona fide right now. So,
Their proposal, assuming they follow it,
yeah,
would meet the statutory requirement for food, even though it's different from what they put in their application. So I don't think we can insist on them doing anything more. I think the fact that they weren't doing that at all and had applied that way is evidence of a violation which you're fining them for.
Okay.
So,
all right.
so you're good with that?
There are inspections happening daily, so if it's not
right.
where it should be, they're gonna end up closed forever.
All right, then Chairman Bradley,
I'll vote, I'll accept the same counteroffer.
next item, 1334S. It's Albany Clubhouse Partners LLC. This is a conditional offer of $10,000. The license has been summarily suspended since August 29th.
These are 3 executive order violations. The license was issued in 2015. There's no adverse history. The observations were made by an investigator who went in and bought a beer and was not required to buy food. The bartender nor customers were utilizing face masks, and there was no effort made for social distancing. And then the lack of supervision.
The CNC offer for $10,000 says nothing other than that they're offering $10,000. No explanation for the charges, no explanation for how they're going to comply with the law going forward, which is disappointing and suggests a lack of, in my view, a lack of seriousness about the charges and the way in which they're supposed to be operating at our location.
All right, so with that, Commissioner Fan,
Yes, I agree with counsel that I'm shocked that this is a summary suspension case and, we have no words, no explanation, nothing.
Yeah, just money.
So we can hold this over until they want to submit something, or we can just,
Well, you have many options. One of them is to accept the offer and just know that the licensee violates again, that there'll be, even more reason to believe that there's no possibility of complying with the law going forward. Or you could, I am concerned about setting something over for 2 weeks because it will look like we're imposing a punishment on them, which I don't want to do and I don't think we should do.
Why not? I mean, they've given zero explanation. Zero.
They
I mean,
might,
if the goal is to make sure that we can trust that they're going to comply, there's nothing here.
Well, we can do that without keeping them closed. The problem, I don't disagree with that. They did provide zero explanation or plans about what they do. But my concern is that they did go and it appears that they hired a lawyer who made the
Well, it
argument
looks
might
like they
be
hired a
made that
personal
he's,
injury lawyer.
yeah, the argument might be made that the lawyer's not serving them very well right now, and I don't want to make them pay for that. Because it is 2 weeks as council pointed out, it is penal.
Can you put on mute for a second? Well, yeah, Adam has a solution.
Commissioner Pham, my solution would be that if you have concerns over their intended operations going forward, that licensing, if the offer to be accepted, licensing would reach out to the licensee to get a statement to ensure that they're going to be compliant going forward.
And
All
a
right,
plan.
sounds good.
And a,
So
and a
I'm gonna
plan for
count.
doing that.
So I'm going to counter with 10,000 with a statement to licensing.
It wouldn't be a counter. It would be an active approach that licensing would take with this licensee to ensure that they're going to be in compliance with the terms of their license going forward, and a plan for doing so.
All right, that's fine.
It would allow us to open them now.
It's fine.
But it would also look, obviously, it would give them notice that if they didn't comply going forward, that they would essentially be ending their licensing. But you don't have to agree to that if you don't think it's appropriate.
I already agreed to it. I said yes.
Oh, okay.
All right, so Commissioner Finn, you're accepting the CNC then?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Commissioner Ford?
you know, I'm not as concerned about the fact that they didn't send a letter or anything like that. Kind of reminds me of a movie. They might be just saying, hey, we messed up. You trusted us. So here you go. Just take the money and move on with our life. But I do think that it's a good idea that that licensing, you know, sends them maybe like a little gentle reminder. So I'll accept the 10,000 as well.
Chairman Bradley?
I'll accept it as well.
Next item, 1334T, Brooklyn Jazz and Sports Club LLC. This is a conditional offer of $10,000. The license has been summarily suspended since September 21st.
9 charges, all related to September 19, 2020. Most are, or half of them are related to executive order violations. The other half are failure to comply local regulations and disorderly premises. The license was issued in 2015. There is no adverse history. The owner is senior, appears to be 70 years old and was not there when the violations occurred. I do question how often she is there. And if there is a manager and if the manager is allowed. The owner, it appears to be a jazz club, so the owner does not want to give the music up. The violations relate to people inside with a DJ, which they're not permitted to have, and there was no food being served.
Think that DJ was playing jazz music?
No.
It was blasting tunes. You don't blast jazz, I don't think.
Can be heard across the avenue.
That's some heavy
Yeah,
duty.
and once,
Wasn't Miles Davis from the Cool era?
and there's no
Commissioner Ford?
explanation about why that was happening at all.
All right, with that, Commissioner Fan, are you ready to vote?
Yes,
Hold-
I'm
can you
gonna
hold on
counter.
Can
Yes,
you
sorry,
hold
go
on
ahead.
1 second? Is
Sure,
this a
sure.
restaurant? Or-
This is licensed as a tavern,
Okay.
recorded music only,
Not even live music?
only has recorded music.
Brooklyn recorded jazz music.
All right, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Recorded jazz only?
Yes.
Recorded jazz only.
All right.
There's some good recorded jazz though.
But who goes to a club to listen to recorded jazz? But I guess it's
Well,
just,
we are relying to some extent on the name of the LLC and not
Alright.
necessarily on their method of
Method of
operation.
operation.
All right, then, Commissioner Fan?
We're going to counter at 15 with 12:30 a.m. close. And background music only.
Well, that's what they have now, right? Adam?
Well,
Yes.
that is what they have now, Tom, but it's clear that they don't think that. So I think we need to reiterate it.
It's a counter, so let's throw it in.
They obviously think they can have live music because that's what she's asking us to let her keep.
Commissioner Ford?
yeah, I think I'll go with the 15,000, 12:30 closing and a reminder, background music is what's on our license.
Chairman Bradley?
I'll do the same. Can you get that?
Next item, 1334U, Bell Harbor Yacht Club. This is a conditional offer of $10,000, a 30-day suspension with credit for time served, and 11 p.m. closing time. The license has been summarily suspended since August 29th.
These are three charges related to executive order violations. The license was issued in 1944 and no adverse history since 2011. In this instance, they had 50 to 80 people in the parking lot, some with no masks and no social distancing, and most were drinking. There were tables and chairs set up, but numerous patrons were standing and congregating together. And there was a temporary bar that had been set up outside where patrons could purchase drinks directly. There was a waitstaff serving drinks from the main bar inside the premises. The owner claimed it was a charitable benefit for someone who passed away in May of 2018.
I just wanted to clarify for the record, it is a club license, so it may have been the ABC officer, not necessarily an owner.
Okay. What did I say, owner? It should say the person in charge. That's what the memo says.
All right, though, so with that, Commissioner Fan?
I'm going to accept, just change 11 to 12:30.
All right, Commissioner Ford?
I accept as well, change 11, 12:30.
So
Chairman
what,
Brad-
can I ask for clarification when we're talking 30-day suspension? Is that from the date we served until 30 days is up? So like that would be over, right?
Yeah, there's no suspension under this offer.
Okay. Yeah, I'll accept.
I think
as
he's
well.
just being cute, trying to claim something.
Yeah, he's suggesting we shouldn't have suspended him, I guess, but whatever,
Or he may have thought he would have got up here before today.
maybe. Fair enough.
So there's no music
No stipulation.
limits here. Okay.
Chairman Bradley, you accepting that?
Yeah. Yes.
Next item, 1334V. It's NPK Donut Inc. This is a conditional offer of $10,000. The license was summarily suspended on August 4th.
Two executive order violations on August 3rd, 2020. It was the license was granted in 2007. There's been no adverse history since 2009. The charges relate to indoor dining, which is not that egregious, and it appears.
It was just 2 tables with 4 people, 2 people at each
Yeah,
table.
and it looks like it was really. Am I reading this wrong?
It was in an outdoor,
Right.
It was in an enclosed patio that's clearly enclosed. The licensee claims that he did not know that it was illegal, but it's August and inside service has been illegal for a long time. But it was not an egregious violation.
No. I would go down to like 2,000 for this one.
Commissioner Fan?
This is a summer suspension matter. I will go to 5,000.
Chairman Bradley. I'm sorry, what was that, Chairman?
5,000.
Gotcha, I got you. Yep. The next item, 1334W, Nothing But Net LLC. This is a conditional no contest plea. $15,000, background music only in outdoor spaces. Closing for public service 12:30 a.m. The license was summarily suspended on September 7th. And Chairman, you're recused from this matter.
Great.
Tom, on that last one, could you change mine to 5,000 as well? Let's make it 3 for 3.
Okay.
Thank you.
This is a summary suspension case. License was suspended on September 7th. There are 13 charges, including executive order violations for a group waiting to enter, alcohol with no food. There was also a violation of the maximum occupancy for this location, 37 people, when it's only supposed to have 18. A bunch of other charges, non-COVID related, including pre-mixing, workers' compensation violation, books and records, etc. Some fire safety matters. There's a $15,000 penalty offer. Background music only in outdoor spaces is a modification that we do not ordinarily allow. And closing for public service 12:30 a.m. I'm not sure exactly what that means.
And just for clarification, the offer from the licensee is phrased a little different. It says closing for service to the public.
Oh,
And
okay.
I agree with counsel. I'm not sure what that means either,
Yes.
which is something I'd like the members to clarify.
How about closing for service period at 12:30?
Well,
Closing.
I think the issue is, are they closed or can people still be there, but just not being served after 12:30?
Yes, and that's actually the reason we've chosen 12:30 as the hour for New York City locations is because the new inside service rules permit service to midnight, not to 12:30, and people to finish their drinks and food and leave by 12:30. So it's absolute closing at 12:30. And in our CNCs and discipline, we are adopting that back end hour restriction as a closing for the entire premise, is essentially what we're doing.
So if we did, we could accept the $15,000 background music only period and
Okay.
30
It's
closing.
got to be, if we want to stay consistent with the conditions we've imposed on, at this point, dozens of other suspended licensees, it has to be a counteroffer because they've put a condition on their background music that we have not accepted.
Okay. Well, because
So
of the,
if the,
go ahead.
I was going to say, if the 15,000 is the right number for the members, then there would still need to be a counter offer for background music only, and we could clarify that, and the closing is at 12:30.
Well, I think 15,000 is too low, to be honest about it. So, Chairman Bradley, you're out of this one, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to
I was
counter.
there.
Yeah, I'm going to counter at 20,000. Background music only, and closing at 12:30. Period.
Okay, Commissioner Fan,
I would agree with that. 20,000, 12:30 a.m. close and background music only.
all right then, the next item, 1334X El Pedraga Restaurant Corp. This is a conditional no contest offer of $15,000. License was summarily suspended on August 11th.
This is two executive order violations on August 10th, 2020. License was granted in September of 2009. Since that time, they've racked up 23,500 in fines on four separate cases. So that's 23,000. I'm sorry, that's 23,500 since 2017. The executive order violations were service without food on patrons that were buying drinks to go.
All right, with that, Commissioner Fan,
I'm going to counter at 15,000, 12:30 close and background music only.
Commissioner Ford,
I'll do the same. 15,000. Background 12:30.
Chairman Bradley,
I will do the same thing. You can do this one here.
Yes,
next
so-
item, 1334Y Berry Street Associates. This is a request for reconsideration. The board originally accepted, the licensee's offer of $15,000, 7 p.m. closing time, recorded background music incidental to dining. Full board reduced the penalty to $10,000. The licensee is now requesting reconsideration with respect to the requirement that was addressed in the advisory that a change request would have to be made to the licensing for the hours and the music, and also that the the terms were not what the licensee authorized the attorney to submit.
That's what he's saying.
Tom, this is very complicated, and that's why I'm gonna go through the whole thing and make it clear for the record exactly what's going on here, because I'm very concerned about the reconsideration letter we received. So if I may, this is a case that involved a violation that resulted in a summary suspension for serving inside a glass enclosed greenhouse at this premises. The license application described that glass enclosed greenhouse as a, quote, fully enclosed seating area, end quote. That was the violation. Initially, the CNC submitted to counsel's office was $15,000 with music and hours stipulations. The music and hours stipulations limited them to certain designated areas. And for that reason, my office told the licensee's representative, no, those stipulations can't be so limited because the board has not accepted such limited stipulations. And the board has insisted on them to be on the license absolute in case after case. At which point, the licensee's representative amended the CNC and delivered an amended CNC that removed those restrictions. And I have it right in front of me. It is not a letter from the licensee's representative. It is an amended affidavit and offer in compromise. That is how we got this amended CNC. And it says unequivocally that it's a conditional no contest plea, background, recorded music incidental to dining, closed by 11 p.m., civil penalty of $15,000. No conditions. In fact, we wouldn't have sent it up if it had conditions. It then goes on in this affidavit with a few paragraphs where the licensee describes his use of this room, which he acknowledges is a violation, but then asks if we would consider whether it would be outside space if he removed the glass panels, and asks us to comment on that. It wasn't part of the CNC, but it was something that we were asked to do. And this document is signed and sworn by the licensee, Oliver Stump. It is also witnessed. The notary who witnesses it is the same representative who's now seeking reconsideration. So this is a licensee swearing to these terms on restrictions without conditions, and a representative signing a document that says that he was present and saw this licensee swear to those terms. That's what we have. So this offer was presented to the board, and it was accepted. But
Actually, it was lowered.
I was going to say, as a
Yeah, it
concession
was
to
lower.
as a concession to the circumstances, the board saw fit to lower the fine from $15,000 to $10,000. And that's not all we did for this licensee. After that, I had my team look at the greenhouse and consider what it would look like without the windows, with the glass removed, and authorize that he be told that he could use it as outside space, even though frankly it was a close call. So that suspension was on August 6th. The offer was accepted on September 2nd. The licensee could have had his license back within a few days for that if he had just taken yes for an answer. But he did not. His representative started to complain about the conditions and called it a counteroffer. He was told that it wasn't a counteroffer because the terms as set forth in this amended affidavit and offer in compromise were accepted by the board and reduced. So then roughly 3 weeks after this offer was accepted, we get this reconsideration letter from this representative. So the letter begins by saying, my client never agreed to the language the members imposed, and then quotes the language from the order. Well, that's true because no licensee submits a CNC that quotes the language that comes in the order. What the CNC is about terms, and the order that goes out is about whether those terms have been accepted, and the terms that were offered were accepted in the paragraph that the representative quotes. The representative goes on to say, and I'm quoting from the letter, to further complicate matters, I did not properly communicate the terms of the offer in compromise to my client. My client agreed in his offer in compromise to closing by 11 p.m., any of the areas utilized by virtue of the New York City Open Restaurant Initiative. Not reading anymore. The representative is quoting the first offer, the one that was then amended. Back to the letter. After subsequent conversations with the authority, the offer in compromise was amended to read, closed by 11 p.m. My client did not authorize this amendment, and it was not his intention to close its entire premises at that time, sections of which are outdoors and not governed by open restaurants. I accept full responsibility for this confusion. That's what the letter says. Now, I don't understand how it could say that. How could the representative make the statement that his client had not authorized this amendment when his client had signed and sworn to it, and this very representative had witnessed that signature and swearing? This is an obvious falsehood in this request for reconsideration.
Or client never signed it, which would be worse.
Well, that I don't know. But he said the representative submitted a signed and sworn affidavit that he purportedly witnessed, and is now saying in this letter that that did not happen. I have to stop and say that I simply do not get it and could not be more frustrated. I practiced in private practice for 27 years before I got to the State Liquor Authority. And while my integrity was important to me because I wanted people to know they could count on my word, whether they were adversaries or judges or witnesses or clients, even if I didn't care about that, I would know that in representing my client, if I was untruthful about something that related to the matter they were seeking relief on, being untruthful about it in any way would undermine my ability to represent my client. And since I've gotten here, it has been a shock to me that practitioners before the State Liquor Authority do not seem to adhere to what are obvious guidelines for the practice of law in ways that I didn't experience anywhere else in my 27 years. There are ethical duties involved, there's honor involved. Practitioners before this agency seem to have no regard for these issues. Maybe it's because prior counsel to the SLA didn't call them on it, didn't hold them to account. Well, I hope it's clear by now that that will not be the case under my leadership for the counsel's office. So I am very concerned about the reconsideration letter.
No,
And I thought it was worth saying.
to go on, now he goes to reiterate my client, he's changed the offer, not just in the area you talked about, he's changed the offer significantly. Now the offer he's saying that his client would agree to is not just no music, background music played incidental to dinner. Now he's only saying no music played in any area of the premises utilized by virtue of the New York City Open Restaurants Initiative. How does that get confused?
It's not confused, and what he's doing is he's gone back to the original offer. But I think what's important and what I want to say to the members is, my concern about this particular representative is a concern. But because we are here to dispense justice, I do not believe that the licensee, his client, should suffer because I have an issue or the members have an issue with the way in which he's being represented. Clients should not be made to suffer for the lawyer's blatant mistakes. And I certainly would view it that way, and I would hope the members would as well.
I will note that he did agree in his new offer to accept our $5,000 reduction from the first one. Apparently we got that right.
Yes, of course.
And so what we have here, in my view, is an offer, an acceptance, and now a reconsideration that at a minimum, and reading it in the light most favorable to the licensee, is that even though he signed this document and swore to it, he didn't understand what he was agreeing to. That he was agreeing to conditions to the entire premises and to changes in his license that would not be automatically lifted at some point when someone decides that the restrictions are lifted. So that's really what's before you, whether that should be reconsidered and whether some new terms should be considered in connection with what is, in my view, a completely new offer. But in any event, a couple of other relevant factors. I think the gap between what he wants and what he already has is not as great as he thinks. The hours restriction, which was now 12:30, not 11, so he would be getting 12:30, does not really hurt his license that much under these conditions as currently set. Right now, without any restrictions, his license requires him to be closed outside by 11 on Sunday to Thursday and by 1 a.m. on Friday and Saturday. So a 12:30 restriction costs him 30 minutes, 2 days a week.
And that's the curfew, by the way.
No, but
In the city.
No. But he would be able to be without our restrictions because this outside space is not municipal space. He would be allowed to be.
No,
open
but
for
the inside space.
No, I'm talking about the outside space.
Outdoors.
Well, I don't believe that the city is going to make them shut inside at 12:30 and let them stay open to 1 outside.
It absolutely, that is the way it reads right now.
It reads, but it's not going to happen.
Well, whether
How do you serve?
you can't serve or have patrons inside. That's what it says. So can we just put that to the side for the moment, please? Inside, he does have permission to be open to 2 a.m. Sunday to Thursday and 3 a.m. on Friday and Saturday under his license, but under New York City rules, he'll be curfewed at 12:30, and that's really what our condition is. So at best, let's say, Chairman, the restrictions that we would impose if we did not change what we've done here would only cost him 30 minutes, 2 days a week. Having said that, and said all of this, I will also say the following. The members showed this licensee leniency because they did not believe that the conduct was egregious. The conduct did not necessarily relate to the playing of music or to being open late. He was serving in an area that was an enclosed greenhouse. So he's asking for reconsideration and a list of terms. It puts the members in the position of being able to do a number of possible things. One thing they could do is they could just simply leave it as it is. You agreed to this, you're stuck. We're not reconsidering. Another is to agree to his new terms, which are, as we've mentioned in a couple of prior cases today, conditions on restrictions that we've not agreed to with anybody else. The other thing we could do is we could just remove the hours and music restrictions, which would end this debate. Or we could fashion some other kind of new counteroffer of the board's choosing. Those are the potential options.
Or send it back for hearing.
Well, that would be that would, right. You could reconsider and you could just reject.
At which point the monetary fine, in my view, would be off the table if we went to that game. But I'm not saying that's what.
So here's what I think happened, guys. Can I offer my analysis of what's going on here? If you look at the two letters that are supposedly signed by the licensee, I believe one of them is not accurate. They're both done under the lawyer's letterhead, but the two signatures are not by the same person.
Well, then now I don't know.
And
That's
for that, I'm going to vote to deny reconsideration.
Which letters are you looking at?
I'm looking at the letter that was sent on September 24 on lawyer's letterhead, and I'm looking at the affidavit and offer in compromise that was amended, that was covered in Gary's summary in the second page where it was notarized by the same lawyer. Those signatures are not by the same person.
You know what?
I
understand, Commissioner Fan, I understand the concern about whether or not the letters are authentic, but
Noted.
it would be, you know what, I'm gonna reserve comment on that.
Yeah, because it's serious. It is.
Commissioner Ford?
So
On
wait, I
the,
didn't understand what she's doing. You're
She's
just
denying
denying
reconsideration.
recon?
I think what happened was that maybe the lawyer did something and the licensee really didn't know. But at this
But
point,
if that's the case, then the question is it fair to blame the licensee for that? And should we just, I do want you to consider this from the licensee's perspective, not from the perspective of what the representative may have done here.
But I think, and I think we need to take into consideration that even if everything he's saying is true, and that original offer came up to us, we wouldn't have accepted it.
We would not have accepted. There would have been a counter offer on
Right.
essentially the terms that were proposed.
Right. And we probably
I mean, we
still,
showed-
I don't know that we would have dropped it 10,000 either. I mean,
I know.
5,000.
I mean,
No.
All right, go ahead. Commissioner Ford, I guess, is up.
all right, so Commissioner Ford, with respect to whether or not you want to reconsider the matter.
I'm willing to grant reconsideration.
Chairman
All right.
Bradley?
I'll grant reconsideration just to hear what he's going to say.
All right, so with reconsideration granted, Commissioner
She gets a
Fan,
vote. Wait, she still gets a vote,
She
right?
said,
that's why I was just calling on her.
denied recon.
Okay.
No, you denied recon, now we're just moving on to, so you still have a vote on what happens now that reconsideration has been granted.
All right, I'll accept.
Commissioner Ford,
Wait, what did she do?
what exactly,
We didn't
what,
hear her.
you said accept, so what exactly are we, what exactly are you accepting then?
We are,
If I may, there, as I just said, there are a few options here.
Yeah.
The first option is to accept what they're proposing with the concern I have that what they're proposing are conditions on the restrictions we've imposed on other licensees, if it was a pure acceptance. A second option would be to accept the number or some other number and remove, just to avoid any further dispute over this issue, remove the music and hours restrictions. And then a third option would be to treat the CNC as simply rejected and send it back for hearing. And then a fourth possibility would be to counteroffer any other set of conditions that the board deems to be appropriate.
I just think we need to remain consistent. I think we probably all agree on that, right? So,
I mean, now I'm really confused. So what the licensee is saying is that they did not agree to the hour and the music compromises when he signed the affidavit? Like that's what they're saying. They didn't agree to it.
Correct. He didn't understand that it was going to be
Right.
permanent and in every place in his location.
Okay, I mean, I'll take it off, but I'll accept 15,000 then.
All right, so Commissioner Fan, you're voting to issue a new, issue a counteroffer of $15,000.
Right, that they did not say that he didn't agree to. He agreed to the 15,000, right?
Yeah, and then we
Mhm.
gave him 10, and in his new
Correct.
offer, he said he wants everything else that he asked for plus the 10. So
No, that's how it works.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree with you putting it back up to 15.
Okay, thank you.
All right, then, Commissioner Ford.
Why should he get the benefit of that?
I'm trying to get to whatever the fine is going to be, plus the same closing and the same music restrictions that we put on everybody else. That's where I'm trying to go to. Is that reasonable?
Let's put it this way. Right now, he's at 12:30 anyway because he's in New York City.
Okay,
So he's not at 11 anyway.
all right. So 15,000, 12,000, 1230, and background.
What did he have before, music-wise?
Can we have a mute, please? For We're gonna get sued.
All right, I'm going to go with Commissioner Fan, 15,000 counteroffer.
All right, then. The next item, 1437Z, Mitchell Sisters Court. It's a matter that was hearing.
You want to say something about this?
Yes. So, this is a hearing, this the charges were dismissed. They're related to executive order violations. I've read the opinion, and I have serious issues with the findings and the way in which certain questionable evidence was accepted into the record. Having thought about what our options were as counsel's office, which would be to to request a transcript, go through the transcript, write a letter explaining why we thought the ruling was incorrect so we could be presented to the board, give the licensee the opportunity to respond to it, and that would all take a very long time while this license is still suspended, given the egregiousness of the conduct.
Or lack thereof.
Or lack thereof. It's not the worst of our suspension cases, far from it. And the fact that the license has been suspended for 2 months already, I've decided to let it go. I do believe that the hearing decision by the ALJ was the wrong result based on the evidence I've seen, but the counsel's office is not challenging those findings. If we were, we would make it very clear the grounds on which we were doing so.
So dismiss charge 1 through 4, and just for the record, I reviewed the tape, listened to the entire hearing, as well as reviewed all the evidence, and I don't disagree with what counsel said. Many of the exhibits, in my view, were fabricated, and when you look at the ALJ's decision, the ALJ finds the licensee credible, which I found him the complete opposite, given the fact that videos were clearly edited, that were submitted by the licensee, as well as receipts were clearly, for lack of a better word, created in order to support his position. But he has been suspended 2 months, and the conduct was less than egregious, so I vote to dismiss the charges.
Commissioner Fan,
I'll vote to dismiss.
Commissioner Ford,
I vote to dismiss as well.
next item is 1334 AA. This is a proposed advisory giving guidance to beer wholesalers regarding sale of cider.
Yes, for the members, although you have a submission on this, the advisory is to clarify whether beer wholesalers who have retail privileges and can sell alcoholic beverages on their premises as a retailer, whether they need a special permit to sell cider as a retailer. They would need a special permit to sell cider as a wholesaler to other wholesalers or to retailers. And to avoid some confusion in the industry about that matter, we've asked you to sign on to this advisory, which makes it clear that a special permit is not needed for the retail aspects of selling cider if you have a wholesale license.
So with that, are you ready to vote, Commissioner Fan?
Yes, I'll vote to approve the advisory as written.
Commissioner Ford?
I vote to approve as written as well.
Chairman Bradley?
I'll vote to approve it as written.
The next item, 1334 B. This is proposed changes to the current advisory regarding the imposition of alternate penalties.
Yeah, just for the record, it's a clarification on exactly what the ranges are and what the alternative penalties are. Alternative penalties meaning payment not received by a secretary's office within the time allotted, and how to treat circumstances where a suspension would be in place, but the license is not there to be suspended.
So
Is there any new information in here? You said it was a clarification, but I just want to.
Yeah, Tom?
no, so we're just trying to address a couple of scenarios where, because of an expired license or a license that's not otherwise active, that if we have to impose the alternate penalty, that there's something to impose. We have a couple of scenarios where the end result could be no penalty because the license is not active, or the bond can't be claimed. So we're just trying to kind of type of few loose ends by making it clear that, you know, there will be some penalty no matter what.
I understand. Okay.
Right.
All right.
If you look, for example, there are certain alternate penalties that are a suspension, a bond claim and a suspension, but there's no bond available, and the license has already been surrendered, so it can't be suspended. At that point, the advisory says that it then becomes a cancellation instead of a suspension.
All right, so with that, Commissioner Fan, are you ready to vote on this?
Yes, I vote to approve this advisory as written.
Commissioner Ford,
Sorry. I vote to approve as written as well.
Chairman Bradley.
I vote to approve as written.
Next item is 1334C. This is just a continuation of our existing advisory, which is a deferral on the Secretary's office sending out notices of disposition for penalties that are for civil penalties.
As related to the COVID-19 situation.
Right. Which
Well,
was
well, the deferral is that, but not, it's any penalty though.
Right, but it's the deferral is related to that.
the reason we have deferred is because of the economic conditions that are affecting the industry. And we're just now with this document extending the same restrictions that have been in place, and we're doing it for another 30 days.
All right, with that, Commissioner Fan, you ready to vote?
Yes, I will vote to approve this advisory as written. There are only two minor typos there, Tom, in the last paragraph and also at the end there.
All right,
Minor.
we'll fix them as directed then. Commissioner Ford,
I vote to approve as written as well.
with the typos being corrected then too?
I'll leave the typos in. I like them.
All right, really, come on. Chairman Bradley,
I'll vote to approve as written with typos in.
you're killing me.
Yeah, with the typos removed, Tom.
The next item, and Chairman, you're recused just because I'm annoyed now. 1334DD,
I actually am recused.
Yes, you are.
1334DD, JMDR 127 Ludlow LLC. This is a request for reconsideration. The full board have rejected the licensee's conditional offer of $25,000, made a counteroffer cancellation and bond claim. Now the licensee is requesting reconsideration of that and is suggesting a $35,000 counteroffer with any restrictions you want to impose regarding closing time and music. The license has been summarily suspended since July 24th.
Yes, this is 6 charges, all related to executive, well, there's an unauthorized trade name, but there's, there were executive order violations observed, I guess it's the Lower East Side, Ludlow Street. The licensee was essentially, had a window and was serving alcohol outside to the community, and there had been complaints, and the board voted a counteroffer of cancel and bond, and they are now asking to raise their offer from 25 to 35,000.
And so with
And
that, Commissioner Fan,
I will vote yes to recon, please.
all right, do you want to, as far as what the new counteroffer would be, do you want to?
Yes, given the letters of support and extensive information about how they would improve from here, I'm going to vote to accept 35,000.
Any restrictions with respect to music?
12:30 close and background music only.
Commissioner Ford, with respect to reconsideration?
Based on letters of support from the assembly leader and others, I will vote to reconsider as well.
And then for a new counteroffer?
Accept $35,000, 12:30 in background music only.
Thank you. The next item, 1334 double E. This is an advisory. It's an extension of current advisories regarding the submission of the renewal applications without the required fees.
Yes, members, so we're seeking to extend that time period where renewal applications be submitted without fees and the deferment on the collection of outstanding renewal fees until October 31st, as opposed to where it's currently set to expire today.
So with that, Commissioner Fan, are you ready to vote on this?
Yes, I will vote to approve as written.
Commissioner Ford,
I vote to approve as written.
Chairman Bradley.
I vote to approve as written.
Next item, 1334 FF. This is a proposed advisory. It will be make changes to the existing advisory regarding the dates for filing renewal applications.
Members, so you're aware, we wanted to clarify that the advisor that was approved to have applicants submit their renewal application 7 days prior to expiration of that license, to not include our seasonal renewals. It is not licensing's expectation that those renewals are filed months ahead of potentially opening for the following year. So all we're doing is seeking to clarify that this advisory does not pertain to seasonal renewals.
All right, with that, Commissioner Fan,
I vote to approve as written.
Commissioner Ford,
I vote to approve as written.
Chairman Bradley.
I vote to approve as written.
All right, the next item is 1334 GG. It's a conditional no contest plea of $10,000.
I'll read it. So this is Liberty Bell. It is a vessel that got some press attention, publicity for having a huge party on board while the vessel was on the water. When we got the file, we found out that the license had actually expired the day before the conduct that would have likely resulted in a summary suspension had taken place. So we denied the renewal on that basis because there's an issue with charging. Well, we couldn't necessarily charge. The licensee has claimed that the late renewal was not its fault. There's some dispute or debate over whether or not the renewal, when it was sent, or whether there was a delay in processing based on our vendor, and it's unclear about that. Given that if the renewal should have been in place, then the license would have been enforced, and we would have then been able to suspend the license and probably been in a situation where we would be taking a CNC for the suspension. Rather than go through all of those hoops, we reached an agreement that we would allow the late renewal with our usual stipulation process, but fine the licensee $10,000 for the late renewal, which would essentially be similar to the fine that they would receive had they been charged for the violations. The only reason that's not a matter that could have been handled by the chairman alone under the non-calendar delegation is because the late renewal is for an amount that exceeds whatever the limit on that is, which is I think $1,000. So we're asking, this is already a stipulation with the other side, and we're asking the board to approve council's office's ability to enter into that stipulation for this late renewal. Mute.
Oh, here.
Sorry.
Tom, you're on.
Yeah, so Commissioner Fan,
I'll accept 10,000.
Commissioner Ford,
I'll accept the 10,000 as well.
Chairman Bradley.
I'll accept.
Okay.
Computer.
The next 6 items I have on the calendar are all requests from council's office for summary orders of suspension. I don't know if the members have had a chance to review all the materials, or if they need a take a break, a little recess to go over the material.
I'm gonna need about 10 minutes. I reviewed 3 of them.
All right, so
Okay.
it's 3:02 now, so let's go. We'll adjourn until 3:15 then, okay? So we have a
Thank you.
time to
Commissioner Ford, I'll be right back.
We'll be here.
Ms. O'Hara, can you hear and see me in Albany? Or not, you can't see me yet, sorry. Here, can you
I can hear you.
see me now?
Yes, I can see you.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Tammy. How are you today?
I'm doing well, thank you. How's everyone doing today?
We've been having a ball. It's been a long day.
Yes.
Stefan, can you hear and see me in Albany?
Yes, I can.
All right, members, we're going to take the items out of order based on the prosecutors who have already signed in. All right, so the first item we will do is 1334 MM. This is S&M Caterers, Inc. And as noted before, this is a request from counsel's office for an emergency order of summary suspension.
Good afternoon, Tammy O'Hara for the counsel's office. We submit the subject licensee S&M Caterers Incorporated, doing business as Leonard's of Great Neck, located at 555 Northern Boulevard, Great Neck, New York, to the members of the authority to consider an emergency order of summary suspension on its retail on-premises license pursuant to Section 401, subsection 3 of the State Administrative Procedure Act. S&M Caterers Incorporated was issued an on-premises license on June 28th of 1962, and it is set to expire on February 28th of 2021. It is currently licensed to operate as a catering establishment. The licensee has one active principal, Leonard Vito Sessa, as SESSA. This is in regards to an incident that occurred on September 25th of 2020. At that time, the Nassau County Fire Marshal went to the establishment to complete an inspection based on numerous complaints regarding music at the establishment and lack of social distancing and guests not wearing masks. During the visit, the marshals observed the following: that at the time that they arrived, a wedding was taking place. The manager of the establishment, Eric Redlick, indicated that it was a small wedding of approximately 100 to 120 people. At that time, the fire marshal indicated to the manager that they were not allowed to have that many people inside of the establishment and that the guests were going to be turned away as they arrived. As the guests arrived, they were turned away or left because the fire marshals were on scene. During that visit, fire marshals, after completing an inspection of the entire premises, observed two other rooms set up to seat 80 and 120 guests, respectively. So it was two separate rooms with additional seats set up. Prior to September 25th of 2020, the licensee and the manager were advised by the fire marshal that they would not be able to have, they were limited to 50 people or less inside of the premises due to the New York State executive orders. That was because on September 11th of 2020, the fire marshals visited the location at that time, and after speaking with the manager, was informed that a party of 60 was expected to be there for an outdoor wedding ceremony. At that time, the manager, Mr. Redlick again, was advised of the executive order and also given the New York State guidelines regarding non-essential businesses having 50 or less individuals inside of premises. The executive orders and the New York State's guidelines were designed to prevent the spread of COVID-19, a deadly virus, and this licensee clearly cannot be trusted to follow the law, even when human life so obviously depends on it. Although warned previously regarding the responsibility of the establishment to limit these events to less than 50 guests, the licensee was caught actively engaged in an event with twice the guest limit and had 2 other events scheduled to take place that also surpassed the guest limit. Taking into account that having over 50 guests at an event has been explicitly disallowed under the executive orders, which are based on New York State Department of Health guidelines. As this type of activity increases the likelihood of COVID-19 spreading and presents an imminent risk to the public health, safety, and welfare, and the fact that they were previously warned regarding the guest limit, the principal and his representative has failed to uphold the duties and responsibilities as a responsible holder of a liquor license. Therefore, on behalf of the General Counsel's Office, I respectfully request that the members summarily suspend this license.
Thank you, Tammy and Gary here, adding that if you look in your materials, members, the warning on September 11th that they had to have affairs of 50 people or fewer was not just an oral warning. It was written up by the fire marshal. The fire marshal obtained the received signature from the same Mr. Redlick, who was there supervising when this restriction was violated 2 weeks later. Can't claim he wasn't warned. He apparently didn't care about the warning from the fire marshal or the restriction to 50 people at such events. Probably unaware that there was a wedding recently upstate that communicated the virus to 50 people and counting, et cetera, et cetera. Thanks.
All right, with that, Commissioner Fan, do you have any questions? You're muted. Commissioner Fan, you're muted, please. Thank you.
Hi, Tammy. How long has this licensee been licensed?
Since June 28th of 1962.
1962.
Correct.
This is a long-established and well-known catering hall for weddings and other affairs. The owner is very old. I believe he was contacted, and the records show he was contacted, but the place is apparently being run by this Mr. Redlick right now.
Tammy, does this location have any adverse history? Anything else?
Not within the past 5 years. However, from just looking through the records, I do believe that they've had some history. However, it's in the very, very much in the past.
Thank you.
Chairman Bradley, do you have any questions?
No, I have no question.
Anybody, any other questions from the members? We're all set? All right. With that, I'll call for the vote of the members. First, Commissioner Fan.
Based on the evidence provided by Council O'Hare, it's clear that this licensee and its handlers are blatantly ignoring the governor's executive order and allowing parties that are more than that have number of people that are more than legally allowed right now, given the COVID situation. And because of that, I find that this location is an imminent threat to public health, safety, and welfare, and I vote to summarily suspend this license.
Commissioner Ford.
Based on evidence provided by counsel, I don't feel I have any other choice either but to vote to summarily suspend this license.
Chairman Bradley.
Based on the presentation by council, I vote to summarily suspend the licensee has become a threat to the public health, safety, and welfare.
Right, the next item I'm calling is 1334 II. It's Zebra Lounge NY2 Inc.
Good afternoon, Stephen Armstrong on behalf of Council's Office. In support of the summary suspension of this licensee located at 13611 38th Avenue in Flushing, Queens. This is an OP license with a method of operation as a restaurant and karaoke bar. License was issued in December of 2012. The premises is 2 floors. Both floors have a number of private karaoke rooms. The first floor also has a bar and restaurant areas. The total maximum occupancy is 200. As to the executive order violations here, on Sunday, September 27th at approximately 11:45 p.m., deputies from the New York County Sheriff's Office conducted an inspection of the licensed premises after they observed patrons entering the establishment. Upon entering, the deputies observed numerous people inside, many of whom were in the private karaoke rooms, with additional patrons in the bar and restaurant areas. Nearly all of these patrons were observed either with no facial coverings at all or with their facial covering pulled down beneath their nose and mouth. Many patrons were observed with open alcoholic beverages. There were also patrons observed singing in the private karaoke rooms, as well as several patrons observed smoking cigarettes. There was some food observed, though it appeared that most patrons only had beverages. The deputies ordered the premises cleared, and during this, they counted a total of 107 people inside the location. The deputies submitted photos of 3 of the private karaoke rooms, and as you can see, there are numerous bottles of beer and plastic cups, as well as several liquor bottles and a pack of cigarettes on the tables in these rooms. Neither of the licensee principals appear to have been at the location at the time of the inspection. Indoor dining and service have been unlawful in New York City since Governor Cuomo issued Executive Order 202.3 on March 16th of 2020. It's not possible that the licensee was unaware of this restriction. And even when indoor dining resumes, it's limited to 25% of maximum capacity, which this licensee far exceeded. And it's clear from this record that this licensee cannot be trusted to take the steps necessary to operate safely in this current environment. And based on this record, I ask that the members vote to summarily suspend this license pursuant to Section 413 of the State Administrative Procedure Act. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Fan, any questions?
Mr. Armstrong, what is the maximum capacity here?
I believe the total is 200. I think it's 150 on the first floor and 50 in the basement.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Ford, any questions?
Stephen, do they have any history here?
Relatively minor. I think there was a failure to display liquor license earlier this year. They paid $1,000 for. That's the only adverse at this time.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Chairman Bradley, any questions?
No questions, thank you.
All right, then I'll call for the vote of the members. First, Commissioner Fan.
Based on the evidence presented by Council Armstrong, I find that this location is imminent threat to public health, safety, and welfare, and I vote to summarily suspend this license.
Commissioner Ford.
I too find that evidence presented by council shows this place to be imminent to the public health, safety, and welfare. So I vote to summarily suspend as well.
Chairman Bradley.
Based on the evidence presented, I vote to summarily suspend. The licensee has become a threat to the public health, safety, and welfare at this time.
All right, the next item we're going to do is 1334JJ. Licensee is Royal Elite Palace Caterers, LLC.
This is Stephen Armstrong again on behalf of Council's Office. In support of the summary suspension of this licensee located at 6902 Garfield Avenue in Woodside, Queens. This is a CT license. The method of operation is as a catering establishment. They are permitted, at least during normal times, to have live music and patron dancing, though obviously not under the current circumstances. License was issued in April of 2015. The premises is 2 floors with a total maximum occupancy of 704. The executive order violations here on September 25th at approximately 11:50 p.m. Deputies from the New York County Sheriff's Office conducted an inspection of the premises. The Sheriff's Office received what I believe was an anonymous tip that there was a large event taking place at the location. Upon arriving, deputies observed patrons entering through an entrance next to a private parking lot behind the premises. They could hear loud music being played inside. Upon entering, the deputies counted a total of 284 patrons inside. There was a live band playing music in the main ballroom. The majority of patrons were seated at tables in the same area when the officers entered. Food and alcohol were being served and consumed. There were also many patrons observed standing and socializing throughout the first floor of the premises, with a substantial number observed without proper facial coverings. There was a line for the buffet where patrons were not social distancing. Approximately half of these patrons in line were not wearing proper facial coverings. Officers ordered the premises cleared soon after they arrived, so they were not able to give an exact count of the number of patrons who were standing and congregating, but it was a significant percentage of the patrons found inside. One of the licensee principals, Mr. Abba Cohen, or Kolnov, was present at the time of the inspection and was issued several summonses by the deputies. Indoor dining and service have been unlawful in New York City since the governor issued Executive Order 202.3 on March 16th. It's not possible the licensee was unaware of this restriction. Even in those parts of the state where indoor service is permitted, indoor events like the ones at issue here are limited to 50 patrons or fewer under Executive Order 202.45. There can be no reasonable excuse offered by the licensee that they were unaware of the restrictions in place. And it's clear from the record that this licensee cannot be trusted to abide by the restrictions put in place to protect the public from the COVID-19 virus. And based on this, I ask the members vote to summarily suspend this license pursuant to Section 413 of the State Administrative Procedure Act. Thank you.
All right, with that, Commissioner Fan, do you have any questions?
No, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Ford, do you have any questions?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Chairman Bradley?
No, I have no questions.
All right, then I'm going to call for the vote of the members. First, Commissioner Fan.
Based on the evidence presented by Council Armstrong and based on the pictures that are included in the evidence taken by the investigators, is that this location is blatantly ignoring the governor's executive order surrounding COVID-19. And because of an imminent threat to public health, safety, and welfare, I vote to summarily suspend this license.
All right, then, Commissioner Ford. You're mute. Oh, there you go, Commissioner. Thank you.
I'll vote to summarily suspend as well based on evidence.
And Chairman Bradley.
Based on the evidence presented, I vote to summarily suspend this licensee. About as clear than any other licensee has become a threat to the public health, safety, and welfare, having a party of 284 people in the middle of a pandemic. So I vote to summarily suspend.
All right, then. Counsel, I don't have the prosecutors for the next three items. You haven't.
Oh, shoot.
Bill, are you ready?
Yes, sir. I told them I would inform them.
All right. Tammy and Stefan, you're done, right? So you can leave the meeting if you don't mind.
Well,
Yes?
answer a question for me. What an RL license is?
RL is a restaurant liquor commissioner fan. Sorry, Tom. Stepping on
I,
your
I
toes
threw
there.
I threw my voice down the hall to the other speakers. So,
Commissioner
so, yeah, back in the day, they used to, right, so you'd have RLs, TLs, ELs. Newer licenses all just have OPs, which makes it harder to distinguish what they are.
Thank you.
Are they still not there? Is the camera on, Tom, in the room, in the conference room?
No one has joined the meeting yet, from the conference room or from anywhere else.
I'll go set them up.
Home. Where?
Perfect.
I'll sit over here where it's cold, stay in the line one. I know, that's probably.
All right, then the next item we're going to consider is 1334 LL Romulo A. Chavez.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners. Senior Attorney Caromino here on this request for emergency summary order suspension on Romulo A. Chavez, DBA El Nuevo Jomas Tavern. This is case 148891. Original license date on this is October 7, 2011. Last night, Tuesday, September 29th, Authority Investigator Frank Englander received emailed police reports from Detective Lieutenant Kilvieros of the Village of Port Chester PD Police Department, detailing an ABC investigation or inspection they conducted on the evening of Saturday, September 26th through Sunday, September 27th at the licensed premises. According to our police reports, at 12:58 a.m., Detective Thomas Munnelly, Detective Sergeant Krzeminski, Detective Duesenberg, and Captain Nielsen of the Port Chester Police Department entered the licensed premises. They observed a large crowd. 187 patrons were eventually counted. They were consuming alcoholic beverages, smoking hookah pipes, dancing, and to DJ that was playing live music, not observing any social distancing. There were very few face masks in the crowd, as evidenced by the two videos, cell phone videos that were submitted to us that were attached Police seized a large number of the hookahs, 18 in total, that had been placed on and around the bar area for the patrons' use. They apparently seized them because of the suspiciously illegal smell. As of this morning, when I spoke to Detective Munnelly, the tests were still being conducted on what substance was actually in them by the Department of Health. Let's see. At the time, also when these items were seized from the premises, apparently the fire alarm system was disarmed when the police arrived at the premises, as evidenced by a picture that they provided of the keypad showing its current status as disarmed. The posted maximum occupancy for the premises by the local health department is 90 persons. So if you do the math, there was more than double that amount that were counted by the Port Chester Police Department that night when they closed the place down. When they closed the place down, according to our police reports and also according to Detective Munnelly when I spoke to him earlier today, the gentleman that held himself out as the owner/manager of the licensed premises is a gentleman named Jamie Reyes. This is a gentleman that's unknown to us in the licensing file, as best I can tell. There was no endorsement application or corporate change application that I could find, and no manager's application indicating any sort of change from Romulo A. Chavez. And in fact, when I spoke to Detective Munnelly, he indicated that Jamie Reyes is known by the local police department as the owner of this premises, and he had no idea who Romulo Chavez was. Anyway, they spoke to Jamie Reyes. Detective Munnelly informed Jamie Reyes that the place was being closed down. He asked why it was not being run according to the governor's executive orders during the pandemic, and also reminded him that apparently the Port Chester Police Department had warned Jamie Reyes the night before for these same sorts of violations. So they had actual notice of the problems and appeared unwilling to do anything about them. According to police, Jamie's exact quote was, "He has bills to pay," and quote, "I have to do what I have to do," unquote. All right, so as far as disciplinary history, it's extensive. In August of 2019, they paid $6,000 fine for failure to conform in an altercation assault case. There was a 15-day deferred suspension and a $1,000 bond claim on a sale without appropriate license in 2018. 2017, there was another assault case, disorderly conduct. They paid $7,500 on. 2015, it was another assault case and failure to comply case. They paid $4,000 on. There's several more that go back all the way to 2012. The need for licensees to enforce proper social distancing measures and facial coverings by their patrons during the pandemic reopening is central to Governor Cuomo's executive orders and has been widely publicized via media sources. At this point, it's simply not reasonable to believe that any liquor licensee could be somehow unaware of their responsibilities to operate their premises in accordance with the executive orders that have been issued for public health reasons. In fact, in this case, police reports indicate that the proprietor, I will call him, he's certainly not the licensee, had actual notice from the night before when these same executive order infractions were apparently pointed out to them by the Port Chester Police Department. Due to foregoing, the Office of Counsel believes this licensee has demonstrated just a complete inability to operate this premises in a safe manner and in the name of public health and safety. And for those reasons, the Office of Counsel hereby requests an emergency summary order suspension of his license.
All right, with that, Commissioner Fan, do you have any questions?
Yes, I have two questions. Paul, can you tell me exactly how much they've paid in fines, say, since 2012?
Since 2012, we're above 20,000, and I stopped there.
Okay, above 20? Okay. And Adam, can you take a look at the DOB occupancy number? Just
Sure,
because I guess the posted number said 90, Paul, but somewhere in there, the licensee said that he thought he had 300. I just wanted to ask about that.
Sure.
Well, maybe not the licensee anyway, to your
Right.
point.
Whoever.
I apologize, Commissioner. I have to go through the historical record one moment.
While you're looking through that, Paul, you said their bad history goes, they were licensed in October of 2011, and their
Right.
adverse history began in what? You said 2012 with assaults. What other activity did you say besides assaults?
There were at least 3 altercation assault cases. There was a sale without an appropriate license case, a failure to comply charge in one of them. And I stopped. I didn't go all the way back to 2012 here for my notes.
Okay.
That was just through 2015.
Okay. Thank you.
So it looks like the document certificate of occupancy that we have from the Port Chester Building and Fire Prevention Department lists 99 people as the max occupancy for the space.
Okay. All right, thank you.
All right, with Commissioner Ford, do you have any other questions besides the ones you already?
No, I'm good. Thank you, Tom.
Chairman Bradley?
Sorry, repeat that. I had mute.
No questions, thank you.
All right, with that, I'll call for the vote of the members. First, Commissioner Fan.
Based on the evidence provided by counsel, it's clear that this is an imminent health, safety, and welfare. We don't know who the person in charge is, and the video shows true nightclub atmosphere. While I also miss the clubbing atmosphere, I would say that this location is an imminent threat to public health, safety, and welfare, and I vote to summarily suspend this license.
Commissioner Ford?
Not even taking into account the other current conditions that are a threat to the public health, safety, and welfare, having the fire alarm system disarmed, and some other situations that those pictures seem to reveal makes this clearly a threat to the public health, safety, and welfare. So I vote to summarily suspend.
Chairman Bradley?
I vote to summarily suspend based on the presentation by counsel and the evidence in the record. The licensee is clearly a threat to the public health, safety, and welfare.
All right, the next item, 1334H, Breezes Banquet and Event Center, LLC.
This one, for the record, I have to recuse myself.
Okay, good afternoon, Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Fan, Commissioner Ford, William Brennan for Counsel's Office. I'm here today to request that the board summarily suspend this licensee for violating Executive Orders 202.38, 202.41, 202.45, and failing to supervise the licensed premises. The premises has been licensed since 2018. The premises is located at 215 Leland Avenue, Utica, New York. On September 14, 2020, the Enforcement Bureau received a complaint concerning Breezes Banquet and Events Center, alleging that the licensed premises did not follow social distancing protocols at a wedding that was held on September 4, 2020. Investigator Tucker contacted the complainant via telephone, who stated that she attended a wedding at the licensed premises on 9/4/20 that was attended by approximately 160 people. The complainant stated that the tables were very close together, i.e. less than 6 feet apart. Before dinner, many guests were mingling, getting drinks from the bar, hanging out on the outdoor deck, or just walking around and visiting. During this time, the complainant stated that she did not see any guests wearing masks. After dinner, the complainant stated she observed 40 to 50 guests on and around the dance floor, dancing, watching, some with drinks while dancing or standing. During this phase of the wedding, the complainant did not observe any guests wearing masks. The complainant told Investigator Tucker that at one point, the DJ made an announcement asking that the guests refrain from posting pictures on social media for fear that the licensed premises would get in trouble with the Department of Health. This licensee was previously contacted by the authority on at least 2 separate occasions regarding the way they were operating during the COVID pandemic. On both occasions, the licensee received a warning advising them to ensure that they followed the Department of Health and SLA guidelines in order to comply with the current executive orders. On August 31st, 2020, the authority received a Pause New York complaint indicating that the licensee would be hosting a large wedding on September 4th, 2020. In response to the complaint, Investigator Link called Principal Roxanne Roser. Link advised the licensee of the complaint and explained the EO requirements in detail. Ms. Roser responded in sum and substance that she wasn't even holding weddings, so she didn't know why someone would complain. However, in a telephone conversation with Investigator McLean on September 24th, Roser acknowledged that despite telling Investigator Link on September 3rd she was not holding wedding receptions, she did indeed host a wedding reception on September 4th, 2020, and that was attended by more than 100 guests. The authority has now received the complaint indicating the licensee has plans to host a wedding with approximately 160 guests on October 2nd. Despite previously being advised of the appropriate method of operation by investigators Tucker and Link, the licensee clearly operated the licensed premises with little regard for the EOs and guidelines that are readily available to her. The manner in which the licensee is conducting her business poses an immediate threat to the patrons, employees, and general public. I respectfully request that the board issue an emergency order suspending this licensee.
All right, with that, Commissioner Fan, do you have any questions?
So I read in this information that there is a wedding plan for October 2nd, but the licensee have already told us that the wedding has been canceled.
Yes, Commissioner. However, in light of the fact, and perhaps I didn't articulate it clearly enough, before the September 4th wedding, we had contact with this licensee on 2 separate occasions. One occasion being on September 3rd, whereby Investigator Link asked the licensee if she was going to have a wedding and would she wear the protocols, etc. During that conversation, the licensee told the investigator in sum and substance that she wasn't even doing weddings and she didn't know why someone would complain. Now, the licensee's honesty is at question here. Now, if 30 days ago, approximately 30 days ago, we confronted this licensee and she didn't tell the truth to us about an upcoming event, I have no reason to believe that that's not going to, that history isn't going to repeat itself this weekend.
I'm sorry, if this was said before, I apologize for repeating it. The only reason the licensee finally came clean is because we told her we had pictures of the event she had lied about before, at which point she admitted to have had the event that she claimed would not happen.
Right. I mean, I guess her explanation is that they were asking her about September 5 and she had the wedding on September 4. I'm not defending her. I'm just asking.
No,
Actually, go ahead, Bill.
I'm sorry. I was just going to say it's very confusing, the timeline, because we did have contact so often with her, and there were 4 open cases related to some of these no-ops, etc. However, the seminal issue is we twice before this wedding, we reached out to her to try to educate her what not to do. On the second occasion, we confronted her about the possibility of her doing the wrong thing on the 4th, and despite the fact that she told the investigator she wasn't doing weddings, she went forward and did have a wedding. And we heard about that, and then Senior Investigator McLean called her on it. Several emails within the file. Finally, they had a telephone conversation, and it was only during that telephone conversation that she actually admitted it. And she also admitted the fact that there were over 100 guests at the wedding itself, which is important in that she didn't live up to the EOs with respect to the size of the gathering.
Okay.
Chairman Bradley, do you have any questions?
No, I have no questions.
All right, with that, I'll call for the vote of the members. First, Commissioner Fan.
Again, the evidence presented by counsel was clear that this licensee cannot be relied upon to follow the governor's executive orders surrounding COVID-19 in the future. And so I find that there is imminent threat to public health, safety, and welfare, and I vote to summarily suspend this license.
Chairman Bradley.
I vote to summarily suspend based on the evidence presented by counsel. It's obvious that this licensee was asked direct questions about events that we confirmed were in fact planned for her event space, and she lied directly to our investigators, which basically leaves her credibility in question going forward. And the event she had is a clear risk to public health, safety, and welfare, given the size and the scope of it.
All right, then the next item I have is 1334KK. It's serial number Oneida RL 2504042. The licensee is Twin Ponds Golf Associates, Inc.
Bill, before you begin, let me just advise the members and for the record, the reason that we are revisiting this case is because we made an error in the suspension we did, I think it was 2 days ago, on the, there were 2 licenses at this location. And Bill, why don't you go ahead and explain that? Thank you.
Okay, you can explain the mistake or start the...
Go ahead,
Okay,
just make your presentation.
This license was summarily suspended. It has 2 licenses that are actually adjacent to each other. One is an RL and one's an SL, and they were served the suspension at the wrong building. So with that said, good afternoon again, William Brennan for Counsel's Office. I'm here today to request that the board summarily suspend the licensee for blatantly violating Executive Orders 202.38, 202.45, failing to supervise the premises, as well as committing numerous violations of the New York State Sanitary Code related to COVID-19. The premises has been licensed since May of 1946. This investigation was commenced when the Enforcement Bureau received a complaint from the Oneida County Department of Health indicating that the licensee was not adhering to current executive orders and guidelines pertaining to the COVID pandemic. Specifically, the Oneida County Department of Health received the complaint that on August 29, 2020, the licensee held a wedding and a wedding reception at the premises without adhering to the applicable executive orders guidelines provided by DOH and SLA. The County DOH conducted an investigation of the premises in connection with a COVID outbreak in the county. That investigation consisted of an inspection of the premises as well as interviewing the principal, David Germondi, as well as the groom from the wedding. The Oneida DOH investigator, Jennifer Mannion, made a report of her findings in which she found that there were 80 guests in attendance at the wedding ceremony in a room that has a maximum occupancy of 100. Additionally, the chairs in this room were only spaced 1.5 feet apart. The wedding reception held in another room at the premises hosted at least 108 guests. The principal, David Germondi, confirmed the number of attendees in a conversation with Investigator Mannion. Investigator Mannion reported guests were not required to wear face coverings during the ceremony or reception and were permitted to roam freely without face coverings. The groom in the wedding also confirmed that guests were not required to wear face masks during a conversation today with Investigator Tucker of the SLA. The Oneida County DOH issued a notice of violation and administrative hearing, which is returnable October 20th, 2020. In this notice, the DOH alleges 7 violations of the New York State Sanitary Code. The allegations in the notice include violation of the current 50-person maximum at a gathering, failure to require face coverings while patrons are not seated, no markings, tape, or signs in place to promote social distancing and reduce bidirectional traffic, no signage encouraging hand washing or sanitizer use, hand sanitizer was not made available in high-touch areas, mandatory daily health screening of employees and vendors did not occur, a COVID-19 New York State Forward safety plan was not completed and available on site, the interim guidance for food services during the COVID-19 public health emergency was not reviewed, affirmed, or implemented. Most alarming was the charge that the banquet, bathroom, and wedding ceremony areas were not adequately cleaned and disinfected after being occupied by a person or persons who was confirmed to have COVID-19. In this case, at the very least, the photographer and the pastor at the wedding tested positive subsequent to the ceremony. I'd also like to bring attention to the members that on July 22nd, 2020, the licensee was contacted by Senior Investigator Meyer after the authority received a complaint that the licensee was not adhering to executive orders and DOH guidelines concerning the operation of the premises during the COVID-19 pandemic. Investigator Meyer reviewed the complaint and the associated executive orders with Mr. Germondi. Meyer indicated that Germondi acknowledged that he understood the EOs and the rules and would, quote, adjust, unquote, the operation to conform. Despite being advised on the appropriate method of operation by Investigator Meyer, this licensee clearly operated the licensed premises with little to no regard for the EOs and guidelines that are readily available to him. The manner in which this licensee is conducting his business poses an immediate threat to his patrons, employees, and the general public. I respectfully request that the board issue an emergency order suspending this licensee.
And just for the record, since we got the wrong license the first time, we will also be asking the board to vacate the order from Wednesday, I guess it was Sunday, I think we did it. They're completely separate licenses, correct, Bill?
Yes, sir. There are different licenses. The original license number that this was put under was serial number 2504150.
So just to be clear, these licenses are related to each other. They're just separate licenses. One is a seasonal on the golf course. The other is the clubhouse, catering hall, restaurant.
Yes, Chairman. Actually, the seasonal is also a building. It's like a clubhouse with a cafeteria-style restaurant in it that sits off the parking lot, and then I'm just approximately a couple hundred feet away is the actual restaurant license.
So they're part of the same facility, is what I'm saying. That's all.
Yes, Chairman.
Okay.
Those on mute.
All right.
Right.
All right, so right now, we're going to consider item KK, which is the
Right.
request for the summary order. After this, I will add another item where we'll deal with the existing summary suspension. So with respect to this item, Commissioner Fan, do you have any questions?
I don't have any questions, thank you.
Commissioner Ford, did you recuse yourself from this matter last time I?
Yes, I had to recuse myself from this one for the same reason I had to recuse myself last one.
Okay. Chairman Bradley, any questions?
No questions, thanks.
All right, with that, I'll call for the vote of the members on the issuance of the summary suspension for the RL license issued to Twin Ponds. First, Commissioner Fan.
Given the evidence presented by Council Brennan, and I vote to summarily suspend this license.
Chairman Bradley.
I vote to summarily suspend. The licensee is clearly a risk to public health, safety, and welfare based on the evidence presented.
All right, so then we will now add to the calendar item 1334 NN, which will be the summer liquor license issued to Twin Ponds and the request to vacate the existing summary suspension order. Does council want to hear any further on this?
Yeah, I'm just gonna say that to the extent somebody's looking at this matter separately from what we just did, we just had an argument, a discussion on the record of the license that we properly suspended at the location Twin Ponds. And council's office is, for the reasons stated in the other matter, requesting that the board vacate the order that was entered previously, suspending essentially the wrong license at Twin Ponds.
All right, then, just for the record, Commissioner Fan, do you have any questions?
No, I do not, thank you.
All right, and Chairman Bradley, any questions?
No, thanks.
All right, with that, I'll call for the vote of the members to vacate the summary suspension order issued to the summer liquor license issued to Twin Ponds. Commissioner Fan?
Yes, I will vote to rescind the order of summary suspension that was issued under item 1253 PP to the summer license of Twin Ponds.
And Chairman Bradley?
I will do the same.
All right, then, believe it or not, I have no other items on today's calendar. Chairman, unless you really have something else you want us to consider today?
Why, no one wants to spend another 6 hours in here with all of us on video? No, I have nothing else, thank you.
Well, now you know why I keep myself in a separate room. All right, then, with that, the meeting is adjourned. I thank you all.
Thank you for the hard work today, everyone. Thank you.
Thanks, Victor.